There we go. Thank you.
All right, there we go. And I hate that Stephanie's there all alone in the training room, but it's great too. I've been coming up to Michigan for more years than probably she and I want to count, but glad to be able to. We do some things occasionally virtually, and one of the things she mentioned, the Grad School of Banking over at Madison, GSB, Wisconsin. Um, I've been part of their online program for years. I mean, they were one of the pioneers in the online or virtual space, and I thought it was crazy 15 years ago when Kirby Davidson, that runs the school now, is their marketing person, said, Richard, we're going to try these things on a virtual platform. I really think it'd be good, and I'm really glad I did that, because when the pandemic started, we were able just to keep moving on, and state banking groups like Michigan, everybody embraced Zoom pretty quickly, but it was good to be one of the instructors that was comfortable with that format. So let me back up and kind of walk you through the agenda and what we're going to do today. We're going to spend roughly the first half of the class looking at the current regulatory picture, all the different rules and things. It's interesting, one of the latest documents that we've got that gives us some of these rules emphasizes that they're not technically regulations, that they're really guidelines. That's interesting. And I'm still finding it hard to take the word regulations out of my vocabulary when I talk about appraisals. But uh, everything really started with the Financial Institutions Reform, Recovery, Enforcement Act. That's what FIREA stands for. You'll see that spelled out in a later slide. Uh, FIREA was a law passed by Congress. It was similar to Dodd-Frank. It happened immediately during, or sort of the late stages of, the a bigger, almost bigger real estate downturn that we had in the late 1980s, similar to what we had in 2008 and 2009. Congress articulated 14 things they wanted appraisals to cover or do or be handled differently than what was currently being done. When our regulators got hold of all that and created committees to create the actual guidelines around what FIREA wanted, and we're still seeing things come out from the Dodd-Frank law. In a couple programs I've done the last couple of days, big thing on the 1071 small business data collection points that are going to be very similar to the home mortgage disclosure things that we collect. Our regulators, it took a couple of years to do this, and they came up with 5 minimum standards and our first set of guidelines. So I'm going to lay out the regulatory situation and then spend some time here in the morning with issues on residential appraisals. And then we'll move to issues with commercial appraisals and the benefits of having multiple levels of review. And that's probably more important or pertinent in the commercial space. And when I talk about multiple levels of review, and I will show you through our different sets of guidelines and things, some are sets of frequently asked questions that the regulators have jointly issued. We've been invited at least 3 times to do this by our regulators. I don't know if the regulators that are coming into your individual bank are talking about this, but at upper levels of the agencies, it's pretty clear that they see benefit in having different levels or levels of intensity, if you want to call it that, with the review process. The basic level is just more or less a compliance checklist. It's like the human anatomy song. The foot bone's connected to the ankle bone's connected to the leg bone. Do you have a foot bone? Do you have an ankle bone? And it's very basic. And for some of your smaller deals or less risky deals, that's enough. You don't have to beat up these appraisals. But you've got a whole nother world of your larger or more risky transactions where you probably need to be doing a whole lot more than you're already doing now. So if you break it apart, you can start spending less time on the less risky projects and more time on the riskier projects. I label it a technical review, and I'll show you where that wording comes from. I've got sample checklists of both, in addition to the list of the 14 points of FIREA, which a lot of people, that's getting harder and harder to find because the Financial Institutions Reform Recovery Act happened way back, I believe, in 1989. So it's old news in a way, but it's important to know where that came from. And then some of you just outsource the entire function. That's fine. I'm hearing that from time to time with banks, but it seems more common for banks to do a lot of this internally, and then really your really largest and most complicated projects. And let me just say it this way: your bank has probably gone back and forth over what you can do, what you can't do, what your staff capabilities are in this regard for a number of years. So you've evolved with your primary regulator. And I know some of you, if you're state banks, you take turns with the state banking agency and the FDIC, but you've had multiple rounds of back and forth over this, and you've arrived at a process that in agreement with your regulator is good enough. And you may, some of you are different size banks. You may have different things that you're doing that aren't necessarily consistent with the bank down the street or a bank in the next door county. But it is fairly common to use a third party. And I've got some sample comments, if there's time to get to them, from a sample review. I really think it's something you would enjoy looking at to see how when you engage an outside appraiser to review an appraisal, they look at things a little bit differently than we would. I always think about, if I were to observe a surgery, one of my good friends from elementary school is a surgeon locally, and if he and I were to have a chance to watch a surgery, and you interviewed me and you interviewed him after the surgery, the things I would notice would be totally different from what he notices. He would be like, well, I would have done 4 sutures instead of 5 sutures. I would have done suction after this cut. It'd be very detailed and technical, not nitpicky, but he would observe things. I wouldn't be counting sutures. I would just be saying, wow, I didn't know they did a bunch of sutures or what. I would be in a totally different zone looking at that appraisal. So if we don't get a chance to get to those comments, I think you'll get some benefit. I get benefit from looking at the sample I grabbed every time I use it in a class. And it shows just a different way to perhaps look at things. Spoiler alert, in those sample comments, in the appraisal it came from, the appraiser, we don't know necessarily if it was a typo. I really don't recall. But the review appraiser noticed that the highest and best use section cited something, and then in the cover letter or the summary report in the appraisal, highest and best use was something else. Zoning was mentioned 2 different ways. It wasn't just an inadvertent mistake. We do those things. I do those things. We all do it. But that's some of the things that you pick up, and you border on being nitpicky, but you really aren't. So we'll look at appraisal review outcomes and options other than a full new appraisal. You can use appraisals prepared for other banks. I've got a couple slides on that are also in an appendix. You can take an appraisal that's already in file and roll it forward and validate it. Now, it's going to be tough perhaps in the next 6 months or so, depending on where commercial real estate prices go and house prices go. Blurb, I believe, in this morning's Wall Street Journal. I haven't digested all of the journal yet. I'm in the Central Time Zone, so it's a little bit after 8 o'clock for me, and you guys have already been at it for a while. But comments about how nationally house prices were still up this past month, but in some of the western states that had really extreme house price increases, they've actually seen some price, the statistically, the average prices have gone down. So that may be tough to validate an existing appraisal. And of course, many of you are familiar with the evaluation process. So a lot on the regulatory side. And I'm going to move into some of the trickier things we get into more from the commercial standpoint. Some of these things exist inside the residential appraisal as well. But we're going to look at Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice and the Appraisal Institute, which has a series of things called guide notes. We'll talk about some of the formatting issues and just how between USPAP and the Appraisal Institute, we've got some things that appraisers follow that we need to be aware of. Then we'll look at some of the components. Really, the second half of all of this is the components inside an appraisal. What's the ownership interest? What are the assumptions and limiting conditions? Those are more standard inside a residential appraisal, not so much so in the commercial. And I'll dial us into what we really need to look for, which is the extraordinary assumptions, which maybe you could relabel. These are really, really important assumptions that if they aren't consistent or they aren't true, it would really change the outcome of the appraisal. And then the always popular highest and best use. Then we'll spend time on the three approaches to value. We'll do a brief case example on the commercial side for the income approach. We'll talk about the cap rates that drive all of this. And then we'll look at the comps. The comps are a huge part of the residential process, obviously, but we'll look at them more from the context of the commercial side. It's interesting. Uh, a lot of the appraisal software that I know on the residential side has gotten so sophisticated that it's going to be hard to have big variances and problems with your comps because the appraiser software pretty well regulates that much more than it ever has, and that's something consistent that appraisers have been telling me. So I'm going to focus a little bit more on the commercial side, but all the things we talk about are going to be relevant to the residential side. Things like bracketing, things like where do you see some compromises when the comps were selected. So Stephanie already introduced me. Let me move past that. I think you've got some fill-ins and things and just some places where you might want to take notes. So the recorded version of this is going to be very, very helpful. If I use some phrases or things that don't make any sense or don't define or one of the abbreviations that you see, let me know. You actively use the chat. The chat. Excuse me, I couldn't say that this morning. And Stephanie will certainly help me watch the chat and anything. Sometimes the chat is more of a administrative or technical thing. I've got an extra headset here or anything. If for some reason on my end there's problems, hopefully the internet and everything will be so. We've got decent weather today. I'm coming to you from way down in Alabama. We've got some decent weather. It's cold, but everything's looking pretty good. Like to take breaks. We'll try to do it really every 60 minutes or so. Sometimes it may be closer to 90, but I'll really try to stick to the 60 minutes this morning. And we've talked about the lunch plan. We'll break at noon Eastern for 30 minutes and then pick up for the final 2 hours or so. Hopefully can be done by 2:30, but no later than 3. I'll be targeting 2:30 since we cut the lunch time short and the published finish time was 3. And so we'll get everybody a good start on their weekend. I'm sure Stephanie has some way she'll get a survey from you. And I'm going to pause for a moment and use chat if you want to. But if you have a particular appraisal question, hopefully it's one I can answer. It may be one that the others participating, we've got a dozen or so people this morning that it may be more of a ground level question that's beyond really what I could answer and more a practical thing that you want to bounce off the others that are participating today. But I wanted to pause for a moment and make sure if you have a particular hot button issue that you want to cover, just pause for a minute and let you drop it in the chat. I'll jot it down or something, or there's a way I can copy it out of chat and make sure we cover it because I can grab a couple extra slides during a break or even navigate to a different presentation if I have to answer it. So this is your program. You've seen my agenda. It's a lot of things we're going to cover. So if there's something you want to double down and emphasize or something you didn't see in the agenda, please use the chat. I'll pause here for a moment. All right, everybody's pretty happy. Maybe a different question then. Of the group that's participating, how many of you are fairly new to this appraisal process? I mean, I get that very frequently when I do this program. Somebody says, "Well, we moved some staff around in the bank, and I'm doing the appraisal things as of 2 weeks ago," or something like that. Maybe let me ask that question: who's fairly new to the appraisal situation and needs really all of this? Not just, you're not in refresher mode. You're in drink it all in mode. There we go. We got a quick chat on that one. We got a couple on that one. All right, that's good. This is my first look at appraisals. I'll be doing CMA reviews starting soon. Okay. We are new. We are new. Okay, most of the people are new, and that's fine. That's fine. This position, the reason your bank typically has fairly new people into this is not only do we need independence from the lending function, but we also need some experience. And so, the independence probably overrides the experience, and we have more independent roles in a community bank, or some of you maybe with larger banks. We have more roles for people that are independent of the lending function at entry level type positions, or positions where you may not have been at the bank very long. And that's fine. That's what this class is for. The Appraisal Institute has a lot of webinars and things as well. I would encourage you to go to their website if you want to learn a little more to get details. Interesting, for the Georgia Bankers Association, I did some work years ago for them that got me to even doing appraisal classes, because I always figured a state association or a bank would want an appraiser to come in and train them on appraisals. And I kept hearing over in Georgia, well, we've done that and it's a disaster because the appraisers get a little too deep into what we need. We're looking for a banker that can show us what we need to see. And that's what got me into doing this. And so I'm not going to, I guess, go crazy over the depths and the intricacies of the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice. The same way, I think it's a little bit of a downside to get trained on tax returns from a tax expert, because they're going to go way deeper than we need to go and not realize, we're looking at things a little bit differently. It's back to me watching a surgery versus a surgeon watching a surgery. There's certain things we want to look for. So I'm going to try to keep everything today very, very practical. But I think we do need to understand what all we're up against, this panoply of rules that we're up against. And I'm not complaining about our regulators. I don't know if they could do it any other way. But in Richard's world, I wish there was just one comprehensive document that those of you that are new, we could hand to you, and it tells you what you need to do. Unfortunately, all these years, almost my entire lending career, we've had multiple documents giving us instructions on what to do about appraisals. So the latest set of comprehensive guidelines we have was issued in December of 2010. It was a 70-page version. A lot of the introductory pages leading up to page 15, where I think everything really officially started, talked about when our agencies issue something like this. This was jointly issued by all of our federal agencies and the NCUA, the National Credit Union Administration, or administrators. I think that's what the A stands for. The first few, when they do this, they put it out for comment, 60, 90 days, and then they issue the final set of guidelines. And what they do in the first of the 70 pages is talk about some of the more pertinent comments that were fairly common that bankers and industry people made about the appraisal rules. Then along about page 14 or 15, they jump in to the actual regulations. You can find the 2010 guidelines at the OCC's website, the Fed's website, the FDIC, all of those. So the 2010 guidelines replaced the first set of guidelines that came out after the Financial Institutions Reform, Recovery, Enforcement Act. They also replaced or rescinded a 2003 interagency statement on independent appraisal and evaluation functions. The 2003 interagency statement, in my opinion, was like you sometimes, I know it happened for me as a parent, and you see it all the time in public places. You have parents and you have one or more children that are not doing what they're supposed to do. They've been instructed not to do that. And if it's been multiple, you're not supposed to do that, little Johnny, little Susie, then suddenly the exasperated parent says, I mean it this time. And that is really the tone of the 2003. Banks, one of the shortcomings of the 1994 guidelines, and it's true about the 2010 guidelines, there is no drop dead implementation date. And there's no deadline, and which is very rare. That's why our regulators don't want to call these regulations, because there was no date certain you had to do all these things. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And that's been true from the start. So in 2003, they had to come forward and say, yeah, we didn't give you a deadline, but it didn't mean you just have to, you can just ignore it. We mean it this time. And then there's a formatting chart I'll give you a little bit later when we get into the components. I think it's in that section. The Appraisal Foundation, that is the gatekeeper for USPAP, Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, issued some formatting definitional wording changes in 2006 that caused our banking regulators to issue a short interagency statement endorsing and just pulling those forward, because a lot of this that has to do with appraisals isn't up to our agencies, it's up to USPAP. So that's great. Got rid of some of that group of rules that we have to follow, but they left several things in place. 2 sets of frequently asked questions, one specifically on residential subdivisions, one just on general appraisals. And of course, we have the 2010 guidelines that are the most comprehensive. And our regulators can't get rid of FIREA. They can't get rid of Dodd-Frank. I mean, Congress has to do that. And so there you see Financial Institutions Reform Recovery Act. Do say that one 3 times real fast. Title 11, which occasionally in a regulatory document or maybe even in the report on your bank's most recent regulatory exam, your regulator will throw out, the bank's doing this with Title 11. When they throw that out, it has to do with your appraisals. So sort of a shortcut word regulators often use for the law of FIREA is they just call it Title 11. You'll see that in the slide coming up. Way back in 1989. Why 1989? Again, I was a lender at that point, believe it or not. Training bankers one way or another for 30 years, but this was just prior to that 30-year point in 1991 when I started training bankers. And I had been a lender for 5 or 6 years before one of the other large Southeastern holding companies stole me away to run their training program. And I really enjoyed doing that for about 4 years. I went back to the original bank I worked for. They stole me back, and I transitioned a short time through credit administration, loan loss reserve, all those fun things you would do in credit administration before I went back into a lending role again. And I was doing some part-time training for that bank as well. Got connected during that stint in credit administration with Grad School of Banking at Wisconsin and started doing things for RMA, some of the things that Stephanie mentioned in the introduction. So one way or another, I've been doing training for 30 years, sometimes full-time in the early part of 30 years, and then full-time again since I've been doing this outside of being a bank employee for 15 plus years. So way back in 1988 and 89, we had another real estate downturn. From my remembrances and recollections, statistics are hard to find, but at least statistics similar to what we track today. It seemed like to me it was every bit as bad of a real estate downturn, more on the commercial side in 88 and 89. The big difference to me was we did not have as sharp of an economic recession that time around, which is a big differentiator between 88, 89, and 90 versus what we went through in 2008, 2009, and 2010. So Congress reacted. It's Title 11 is so there's other parts in FIREA that deal with things other than appraisals. You've got other sections. This is Section 11, and that was Congress's reaction. There were things. Banks had their own staff appraisers, particularly the savings and loan industry. The real estate downturn in 89, 90, and 91 more or less was the end of the savings and loan industry. And they had a lot of interesting practices that were maybe not as egregious as what banks did, but it was a pretty bad real estate environment. So our latest guidelines are 2010. Since that time, we've increased. There was a proposal to increase both residential and commercial. It just said we would increase the appraisal threshold that had been $250,000 to $400,000. And it was out for a 60-day comment period. Finally, well, actually, let me back up before we get to this April. I was at a conference like one of the conferences Michigan would have, and we had a regulator panel. This was around, it was mid-February, about where we're going to be next week, the 14th or so, 15th of February of 2018. And I left a question behind for the panel. I was already done and leaving the conference. You proposed to increase everything to 400,000 back in September of last year. Where are we? And the answer that everybody got was, well, stay tuned. We think we're going to go even higher on commercial. Now it's middle of February. By the 1st of April, they raised commercial to 500 and left residential where it had always been since FIREA at 250, or since the original guidelines in 1994 had come out. So begs the question, and for those of you that are new to this, it may not make sense yet. I don't know how much you've looked at the guidelines, but the guidelines are heavily skewed towards commercial. And then you've got some other things we're going to look at today as well. Let's jump forward past 2010 to the latest thing that's come out on appraisals back in October of 2018, pre-pandemic. It's frequently asked questions on the appraisal regulations and the interagency and evaluation guidelines. So these FAQs superseded or take the place of the two sets of FAQs that were on a previous slide, which is great. I'm thinking, okay, our regulators are going to we're going to get closer and closer to Richard's goal of having one comprehensive document to tell us everything we need to do. Well, I jumped to conclusions because the 2018 FAQs turned around and heavily emphasized, that's their exact words, the real estate lending standards that our federal regulators have. I've listed all three for you. If your bank says National Bank in the title, you need to pay attention to the OCC version. The Fed version may not be as important. I mean, they're really all three the same. I don't really see a difference between the three, just the formatting and certain things, how they do bullet points may be different. The FDIC, probably most of you would look at either FDIC or OCC. I don't know. I haven't read every single word of every one of these real estate lending standards, but what I have looked at, I don't know what they say that's any different than Title 11 or the interagency guidelines from 2010. I don't know really what they say differently. I'm thinking the regulators are making the emphasis that the appraisal guidelines are part of the broader real estate lending standards that we all endorse as federal regulators. Then they also heavily emphasized a separate document on evaluations. I don't know anything that document says that's not already in the 2010 guidelines. Maybe it's helpful to have a separate document that just focuses on evaluations. That's a key part of what we're doing, an even bigger part of what we do now that as of 2018, the commercial minimum going up from 250 to 500. You now have lots more properties in that $500,000 and lower category that can be valued just fine for all banking purposes with an evaluation. And they're going to nickname that the evaluations advisory. So apparently our agencies got a little flack or feedback that said, hey, you raised commercial and left residential alone. You know, house prices have gone up too. This is all pre-pandemic, before the crazy house price thing we saw the last couple of years. So in this next proposal, which is again had a comment period, they raised residential to 400. Now I would think it makes sense to make both a $500,000 and just make things easier for everybody. But anyway, FIL is a financial institutions letter. That's what introduced all that. It was fairly lengthy. And one of the things it did in that lengthy document was throw in one more item that's just real important for you to understand. It's out there. And again, it's not really a deadline. It's just a start date of January 1, 2020 for banks. And I'll show you some deeper language in just a moment, for banks to improve if you need to. That's the big thing. As needed or if needed, do more screening for compliance with all the USPAP. Now, bankers, we're not the biggest experts on what USPAP actually is. I'll help you with some of that. That's something you're going to want to seek out and learn a little bit more. Ever since this came out, I've been paying more attention to USPAP issues than I ever have, because that's something, you know, as bankers, we're supposed to do a better job of. What I'm hearing so far in other programs where I've got senior lenders and chief credit officers, and we always talk about examinations, regulatory examinations. I haven't heard yet of any regulatory agency focusing on this yet and looking at your appraisal review forms to make sure you're screening for USPAP. I don't know if it's just this is sort of on the back burner because of the pandemic or what, but it's something that's out there. So as you work with your forms, perhaps improve your review forms or modify your review forms, keep this in mind. It's out there. It hasn't gone away. Okay. And in the document, the financial institutions letter, our regulators, the tone of what they discuss is more or less along the lines of, we've put this one off about as long as we could, and we've got to start doing this. And they make it sound like it's the last item on their to-do list from Dodd-Frank. So it's out there. So from not the FIL, the financial institutions letter, but the Federal Register is what lists everything, laws and regulations that come out of Washington, D.C. So here's really here's how they put it. They're encouraging banks to review your appraisal review policies and incorporate additional procedures, skip to the end, as needed, additional procedures as needed, you may not need any, for subjecting appraisals for federally related transactions, which is just about any loan you're ever going to do, to appropriate review for compliance with USPAP. And so one of the first things I did was went to the takeaway items I identified for you in today's class. They're in your handout, and said, okay, as needed, what does Richard need to do these recommended review worksheets that I have? And it was a great big, oh, good. The compliance checklist cites sections of USPAP that it asks questions about. So all I did was put a different box around all those questions and said USPAP screening or something like that. They were already there, but I rearranged them in the worksheet to make it clear to a regulator, these are USPAP questions. The technical review, another one of your takeaways, sample worksheet, asks the question, in the preceding compliance review, before we get to this technical review, were there any USPAP issues? So that document also screens for USPAP compliance. Most of your third-party reviews, if you engage an external third party to do the review, they're going to be doing the review using USPAP Standard 3, and which requires them to bring forward to you any departures that they noticed from USPAP. So I don't know that this is going to be a big thing. I think a lot of you are already screening some for USPAP. It just may not be real obvious in the way you've got it formatted into whatever review worksheet you're using. And I've seen at least a dozen or more different kinds of formats that your review can use. There are some that your accounting firms that do some of your loan review work suggest that are really good. There's just a number of formats out there for these appraisal reviews. So I really can't tell you the exact form. I would back to something I said earlier this morning. Your regulator either likes or doesn't like the form you're using, and you together jointly, y'all have crossed that bridge probably years ago. So your form may not be exactly close to what I've got as an example for you today. If you're using it, if you're using it now, it means your regulator is okay with it and hasn't made you change. We'll talk a little bit more about that as well. I love this bullet point. In one of the programs that I did, that I do programs with senior lenders and chief credit officers. This was a couple years ago because we actually played show and share in one of these programs. You know, everybody wanted to share the different review forms they were using, and that's where I saw some of the biggest disparities in what they were doing. Nothing wrong. Everybody's regulators are happy with what they're doing. There's just a lot of different formats. One of the senior lenders said, even though we have people like all of you participating today, reviewing the appraisals, when there's a deal I'm asked to approve, just for me, I still have to end up pulling the appraisal and looking for a few things that I want to find. I want to know how the appraisal handled it so that I'm comfortable with the property and I can approve the deal. And before I could say anything, one of the other senior lenders said, well, why don't you take your format that we shared today and add those 3 or 4 things, and so whoever does the review of your appraisal can find it for you and put it in that form. You don't have to go pull appraisals anymore. And I think that's what this second bullet point is trying to say. The appraisal review not only should solidify the compliance with all these rules, but it also should elevate to the people that need the information that they want. Make it a contributor to the lending process. For a lot of banks, the appraisal, ordering, and review function is a bottleneck. It's a necessary evil. And it doesn't have to be that way. It can be a contributor to the lending function. Let it help the lenders do what they need to do, along with setting up and determining compliance. So that's one of the, if your bank's not really doing that yet, I think that's one of the things, if you can work cooperatively with whoever your supervisor is and implement some things and say, you know, I go through this worksheet, it might take me 3 more minutes. I've got the appraisal. What do you want to see? What does loan committee want to see from the appraisal? What can I tell you or extract from the appraisal to help you do your job? Interesting. And this is really the heart of what we'll see later today, USPAP Standard 3. All USPAP Standard 3 is, was the process reasonable and appropriate, those kinds of things. And that's really what underpins our review. It's not necessarily that they got the exact number, this exact number we want or not. It's more and you'll see this in the appraisal outcomes section. Was the number that the appraiser got for us reasonable enough for us to make our loan? That's really the goal. Now, the problem is a lot of your lenders are out there telling borrowers on the commercial side, oh, I'll do 80% or something. Now they're stuck and they're going to pick over the value in the appraisal. I think it's a better practice for lenders to be a little bit vague on the LTV. We can probably go somewhere around 80. It depends on where the appraisal comes in. Really, I'm more concerned with the cash flow and the debt coverage. Those kind of things are going to drive what we loan. Now, the loan amount has to be reasonable within what the appraisal comes up with. We may be at 81, we may be at 72. The bigger thing's the cash flow. But again, a lot of lenders, preset the expectation in the customer's mind that we'll lend 80%. Now there's all this pressure on the exact number that comes out. And I think that makes it harder for your job and really for the appraiser. And we have to understand that the whole idea of this valuation process is that it is reasonable. So you've got the 14 points of FIREA on pages 6 and 7 contained within 4 slides. I'm not going to make a lot of comments on these and move us a little bit more quickly, but ever since the Financial Institutions Reform, Recovery, Enforcement Act, the appraisal has to conform to USPAP. Now, the big change with what I just talked about in the previous slides is that we more or less relied on the appraiser to tell us that the appraisal conforms to USPAP. And we kind of took it. And so, again, what I just covered is saying, yeah, the appraiser tells us they conform to USPAP, but we've got to do a little bit of screening ourselves. And some of your appraisers maybe haven't done a certain property type in a while. They're a little bit rusty, or they don't feel totally competent. They've got to disclose to you what they might have done to meet their own internal USPAP competency standards. There's a federal definition of market value, which I've shortened into these bullet points. Willing buyer and seller, no undue stimulus in the market, no crazy things happening. It's not all a bunch of foreclosures. A written report with sufficient narrative so that you can follow their rationale and their estimate for that market value. Written report, sufficient narrative. They've got to look at the prior ownership. It's different for residential, it's different for commercial. If it's an income producing property, doesn't it make sense to look at the rental income, et cetera? We'll do a brief case on that today. How long would it take to market this property? Number 7. Number 8, if it's a type of property where pieces of the property get sold over time, think of a tract of land being converted into residential lots for home building. In most cases, the lots aren't sold immediately in a great big number. They're sold in small numbers, onesies, twosies, so to speak, to different builders. Some builders may take down more. That creates an absorption period, a period of time it will take to sell all of those lots. That has to be addressed appropriately. You have to adjust for something that's going to be constructed, or maybe a completed property that's been damaged and has to release, or for other reasons, it's got a lot of vacancy and has to be released. We'll cover this in the ownership interests section. What if it's leased at other than market rates? Has a lot to do with your fee simple, leased fee, those kinds of values. The appraiser has to certify to you that they weren't promised Super Bowl tickets to give you a certain number at the bank. Okay. Number 11, sufficient documentation so that their reasoning, judgment, and analysis can be followed. Include the legal description, makes sense. This one I have to expand for you. If some of you are fairly new to appraisals, you may be fairly new or don't even get involved with the loan documents we create in these commercial real estate loans. All of this collateral that we take, all of these assets that bankers take as collateral really fall into 2 great big buckets. You've got the bucket of what's considered real estate and attachments that's going to be covered by the real estate laws of the state of Michigan, and every state has different real estate laws. Just about every other type of collateral that's not real estate. So equipment, accounts receivable, inventory, that's 3 big categories, are subject to what's called the Uniform Commercial Code, the UCC. The UCC has national standards and prototypes that some lawyer committees create every few years. States adopt them with minor changes. But the Uniform Commercial Code handles all of these assets that become commercial assets that become collateral. And the category they put them in is personal property. Business accounts receivable, business inventory, business equipment is called in the UCC personal property to distinguish it from real property or real estate. And yes, some of the personal property categories are stuff that consumers like us own, but it also personal property includes business assets, and that's very confusing. So all 13 says is you take a hotel, take a nursing home, take a convenience store. There's a lot of assets there that aren't real estate. They are technically under the UCC called personal property. They are a value that is important for the bank to have as collateral and to lend on, and the appraiser can talk about it. But the appraiser has to ultimately to follow number 3, the federal definition of market value. The appraiser has to separate these out. Appraiser can talk about them, but to get market value of the real estate, these need to be handled separately. Okay, that's all it's doing. But if you don't know what personal property is, that's a big hang up with number 13. And then FIREA says you don't have to use all 3 approaches to value. You got to use what makes sense. And the appraisers needs to explain it, what they eliminate and what they choose to use. So our appraisers, it took them 3 or 4 years, and we're still 10 years past Dodd-Frank and stuff still coming out. So this was actually, given what regulators have to do, a pretty quick turnaround. So the first set of guidelines in 1994 said conform to USPAP unless sound lending requires stricter standards. Our appraisers have pretty good standards. But I would bet some of your definitions of conflict of interest and what you worry about in the bank are a little stricter. That's all it's saying. Okay. Number 2, written report, sufficient information to support value conclusion. This is slightly different wording from FIREA. But written report, sufficient information. In 2010, that's why it's in italics. That set of guidelines also amplified this a little bit and said correct report format for transaction complexity. Meaning, this has really the same problem that we have in a lot of banking situations, and I hear it in programs all the time. We feel like, and this came up actually yesterday, we sometimes feel like the credit memo we write for a $50,000 loan is about the same as the credit memo we write for a $5 million loan. Because we got to cover all the same stuff, no matter loan size. And shouldn't it be a little bit different? And I think that's what our appraisers are trying to say here. I mean, our regulators are trying to say, appraisers use software the way banks do. Banks have a format to follow to do a credit memo. If they're not careful, the credit memo for a $50,000 loan is about as long as the credit memo for a $5 million loan. Shouldn't be that way. Appraisers use software too. And if we're not careful, if they're not careful, the appraisal of a $50,000 property is written up about the same way. They got to follow USPAP and everything. Written up the same way you would write up a $5 million property. So that's something to notice as you work with the appraisals. It's within our, it's within what we can do, to steer that from not happening, and work with the appraisers and say, you did a project for us last week. The appraisal that I'm looking at today is a property's 10 times as large, and both reports are 70 pages or whatever. Shouldn't it be a little bit different? That's the downside of using software. That's the downside of having your bank's long credit memo format and all the stuff you're supposed to cover and compared to all the stuff you got to cover. USPAP is fairly extensive. This is almost a total repeat from the 14 points of FIREA. We'll talk about these a little bit more as we go this morning. Number 4, they embellished a lot. And this has to do with the personal property and everything. When you include personal property with the real estate and look at the value of a project, that's more of a going concern value. It's not necessarily the real estate value. And our regulators are saying you need that to make a loan. And that's part of the job of an appraisal too. However, you got to give us our federal, the congressionally mandated market value. Got to give it to us. And we don't think you meet that congressional standard from FIREA for market value unless you address current physical condition, current use, current zoning. My bolds, because I call that the big 3. So if you're going to do an evaluation, if you're going to validate a previous appraisal, going to use an appraisal done for another bank, some of the options you have other than a full appraisal, because you're going to have to talk about value. Just because you don't have to do an appraisal, you still have to do something to establish value. If you don't have an appraisal, you can validate. If you don't have an appraisal, you can get from another bank or the customer has possession of that was done for another bank, you got to do an evaluation. And you need to address current physical condition, current use, current zoning. If construction or renovation, that makes sense. You still have to have the as is along with the to be constructed. And then in this, in the same way that we can't totally rely on the appraiser telling us they followed USPAT, we have to do some screening ourselves. We can't assume the appraiser is qualified just because they're state licensed or certified. That by itself doesn't mean they're qualified. We have to always be thinking about these items, their education experience, their knowledge of the property type, specific property market. It doesn't say they have to be a local appraiser. They just have to demonstrate their knowledge of the market. And we've got markets in this country. Article in the Wall Street Journal 2 weeks ago, there's apparently an alarming shortage of accountants around the country. We already know there's an alarming shortage of nurses and different things in the medical world. There's been noted in our industry for several years now a growing shortage of appraisers around the country because of, as an industry, they were a little overweighted in the baby boomer generation. They're all retiring, so it all makes sense. So a lot of banks are reaching out in a broader radius geographically to grab appraisers. And that's fine if that appraiser that's a little farther away than you normally would go understands your market. And many of the appraisers can do just fine with that. I get asked, what's the difference between state certified and licensed? There are a lot of markets, both in Michigan and a lot of the places I go, that are close to a state line. Think about Cincinnati, Ohio. I mean, it's close to Indiana and Kentucky. And so what's happening is an appraiser that is certified in the state of Ohio, the neighboring states may have a reciprocal setup to where that appraiser can get licensed, obviously, in Ohio. They're certified in Ohio, but they can get a license and do some work in Indiana and do it under their certification process in Ohio. They don't have to necessarily get certified in the state where they operate. So let's get to something I've mentioned. There wasn't a deadline and all that, and this emphasis that these really aren't regulations and guidelines. It all happened in the 2018 frequently asked questions. And in the 2018 FAQs, they said our little shortcut name for the 2010 guidelines is the valuation guidelines. They are guidelines, not outright regulations. There's no deadline for implementation of different features in there. It's up to your regulator. I've said it a couple times already. There's been a back and forth between your bank and your regulator. You are where you are at sort of a cooperative and joint decision between your bank and your regulator. 2018 set it away. I don't recall seeing anywhere else in all these guidelines. What you're doing or not doing depends on the complexity and nature of your real estate lending activities, the relative riskiness of your bank. Your bank may not be as strongly or deeply capitalized as another bank. You may have liquidity issues currently. You may have a business model that just says we're going to book all the real estate we can book. There's different things. There's all these factors that regulators can bring into play to determine how strictly you follow everything that's in these guidelines. And I think that's great because every bank's a little bit different. Every market's a little bit different. The unintended consequence of this is that your lenders may be competing against another bank that has different rules, or maybe what they are doing within the guidelines is a little bit different than what your bank is doing, and it's for reasons in this gold bullet point. Maybe they're a more risky bank, so they're tighter. I just think the unintended consequence is sometimes a not level playing field, bank versus bank. You can't assume that every bank your lenders are competing against are following the exact rules. On top of that, your board of directors has the right to be even stricter than what these guidelines require. They can your board can have stricter procedures in place. If you're a very small bank, they preserved the small rural carve out in 2010. What that basically means is you may not have very many employees, and so you can't have separate people to order and review appraisals. There's not enough employees to separate that out. So your lender may order and review the appraisal. These guidelines say if that's the case, the lender orders and reviews the appraisal. The lender cannot use his or her loan authority to approve the deal. If the lender votes on loan committee, they have to abstain if they ordered and reviewed the appraisal. So they one or the other, and they can advocate the appraisal. They can recommend the appraisal be used. It's just they can't use their own loan authority if they could, or they can't vote on the committee. And that's sort of the small rural carve out that exists if you're with a very, very small bank. And then again, the 2010 guidelines really emphasize this whole idea of competency. And then I don't know, let me do it. Let me click the right thing. I've been rolling along and haven't had to do this on Zoom. It takes a couple clicks to do some of these things in Zoom, so give me a moment. Let Richard emphasize this one, and that is because I see it more on the residential side, it's probably okay. But on the commercial side, there's less emphasis on what our regulators termed a non-preferential unbiased process, meaning you just go down a list. So let's look at what this is saying. On the commercial side, they're really saying you should be preferential and biased to the 2 or 3 appraisers on your approved list. They're clearly the best. Every time we do it, they're the best at doing apartments, or they're the best at doing an industrial warehouse. You should be biased. You can't assume on the commercial side every appraiser is equal. Just because they're a certified general or whatever you call it in your state, you can't assume they're equal. And if you don't know who's better at which property types, I would argue you're not doing the appraisal review process correctly. You've got the bottleneck. You're not really spending the time. What the layered review process I'm going to recommend after the break does for you, it allows you to spend less time on the smaller appraisals that there's really no reason to beat them up. You're gonna find a $5,000 error. For most of you, that doesn't dial the needle on any kind of risk management in your bank. I found $5,000. Yeah, I would argue you probably wasted time because you didn't spend enough time on the appraisal that's a multi-million-dollar project where you're going to find hundreds of thousands of dollars of errors, and now you've got some significant numbers for your bank. So just randomly sending them out on the commercial side probably shouldn't happen. Probably shouldn't happen on the residential side, but it's probably about all you can do. Appraisers that I know locally don't want to hear this, but for the most part, I never detected a huge difference in the quality of work amongst the different residential appraisers. I do think there's a big disparity in the quality of the work you get from your commercial appraisers. So let me put the appendix structure in front of you and we'll take a break. I think that may be a good point. Let me look. I haven't been flipping all my pages in my handout. Yeah, I think let me cover the appendix structure, get us to bottom of page 9. We'll take our first break. It gets confusing when you have multiple properties being appraised for one loan and which properties get appraised, which ones don't. That's addressed very well in Appendix A in the 2010 guidelines. Appendix B has to do with, do you use automated value models and other digital tools for valuation purposes? And they talk about how you have to sort of validate those tools periodically. Appendix C was added. It wasn't in the proposed guidelines in 2010. It focused more on residential subdivisions. Then Appendix D is a glossary, and that's always a great place to go to and re-go to when you have questions. To my knowledge, I haven't seen any reissuance or change to the appendix or anything like that. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an update in a year or two, because there's some terminology and things we use even today that maybe aren't totally as consistent as the wording we used in 2010. But the appendix structure allows our regulators to swap out an appendix if needed and not have to redo the entire guidelines. I think that was pretty smart on their part. So we're a little bit after 9 o'clock. Why don't we take just a quick 5-minute break? We'll come back. It's to be 10 o'clock in your time zone. Remember, I'm in the central time zone. Let's come back at 10:10. Quick break, grab some coffee, stretch for a moment, and we'll pick back up and start rolling. So we'll come back at 10 minutes after the hour. If Stephanie wants to stop the recording temporarily for us. Okay, welcome back. We're at 10 minutes after the hour. We're going to pick back up on page 8 of your handout. Not page 8. Let's see. I didn't turn the page. Richard, turn the page. It's Friday for Richard. Let's see. Page 10 would be better, right? So a little more. I'm not going to belabor the point, but a little bit more on the appraiser independence and things. You've got a quick fill in. One of the things that was different in 2010, and it's something that apparently banks experienced a good bit. I heard it some. Apparently our regulators saw it. Was a propensity for appraisers to be thinking about, or maybe after they've done an appraisal, end up being an owner of a property. And so this word perspective came into the wording in our guidelines. So, and again, banks probably, it bothered banks that the appraisers weren't truly arm's length or had it's a free country. They can invest in properties too. But if there's any chance they might invest in it, that they shouldn't have been appraising it. So that's just an issue that came up. And it also just speaks to the fact that, appraisers are businesses. They need to have a checking account with a bank. They can borrow money to build the building they have their office in. They can do all of that. It's just if they are your customer, they get the same kind, they get a fair set of terms and conditions just like anybody else. We can't really show them any favoritism or give them a special deal. We can exchange information with them. It frustrates bankers on the commercial side to have to give the appraiser the contract or the all that information. It's a standard thing on residential. It's Standards Rule 1-5. You can ask the appraiser to do special things and ask for certain items that may be important to your bank on a particular property type. That's within your purview. I'm not a big fan of long engagement letters, but you can ask for what you need to get. You can get correct factual errors corrected. You'll notice the factual errors in that appendix that we have with some sample comments from a third-party review. The whole thing is we just can't influence the process. That's it. And our regulators even went so far as to say independence can be compromised. The bank independence of ordering and reviewing appraisals can be compromised if you let the lender pick the appraisal, even if they're picking it from the approved list you put together. That doesn't work. Some of you may have gone to either the federal level or there will be some sort of, and I didn't get a chance to look it up earlier this week, but I've been told, the state of Michigan, you've got a website you can go to see if an appraiser has any disciplinary actions against them or some complaints and things that have been lodged. And I've already mentioned, just because they're licensed and certified, that's not a guarantee that they're qualified to do the work. So at the bottom of page 11, in a set of videos that used to be on the FDIC's YouTube channel. The FDIC has a YouTube channel and instructional videos. Some of them are pretty good, believe it or not. And the appraisal series they took down to replace. And as far as I know, they're not back out there. But in that older version of videos, they were really good on the appraisals. They said there's 12 situations where you're exempt from an appraisal, and they do a good job of just rolling through them. So obviously, you have the fact that the property is less than 250,000. Okay, so commercial went up to 500, residential to 400. So if you have multiple properties, that Appendix A does a good job of talking about within a group of different properties you would appraise, which ones require a formal appraisal, which ones don't. And it has to do with which ones, prior to getting the appraisal, it'd be reasonable to assume that it would be pretty close to the 400, 500 threshold. Abundance of caution is a situation where you do not have to get an appraisal. Now, you're still going to have to do an evaluation to determine value, or you can validate a previous appraisal, or you can use an appraisal done for another bank, but you don't have to order a brand new appraisal. And what is abundance of caution? Since we have a lot of new people, the old version of it was that a lot of this, that unfortunately a lot of your lenders and senior people may be still stuck with, and it's hard to not be stuck with it. The old version of abundance of caution is really this second bullet point. The old version said the customer offered us all this different collateral, including real estate. And the real estate's not very big. It's very minor. It's 10% or less of the whole pool of collateral. And they gave it to us. We're going to take it as collateral, but we really don't, we don't, it's just, we don't need it, or if we need it, it's so small. So we're going to skip the appraisal. That's the old abundance of caution. And I'm here to tell you from regulatory exam experience under the old definition of abundance of caution, it was almost, if a regulator pulls a file and sees the abundance of caution in there, they're going to be asking questions. Because I think this got abused a good bit by lenders. Yeah, I needed the real estate. They're just trying to get out. They're trying to get out of doing the appraisal. So it got tightened to that first blue bullet point that you basically don't need the real. You have to prove you don't need the real estate to get out of appraising it under abundance of caution. It's not that it's small or minor and it's a small piece of a lot of collateral. If it's 10% of the collateral pool and the property's worth more than 400 or 500, depending on residential or commercial, you got to get it appraised. Sorry. There's a couple other questions in the FAQs, examples of situations where it's more of a property that's not intended to be rented or sold. It's really operation. It's some real estate for your operating business is really essentially equipment. It's not intended to be sold or rented. It's a steel pipe manufacturing plant. So there's a couple things addressed in that question 7 in the frequently asked questions, the FAQs that were issued. You have this huge area. If you haven't encountered it already, it will probably dominate some of what you do if you're involved in the appraisal process at your bank. And it's this whole world of renewals and things called subsequent transactions in the guidelines. Renewal, refinance, modification. Our regulators try to draw a distinction between major terms and minor terms. So minor terms, you're not getting new collateral or anything. You're just resetting the loan interest rate. To them is a minor term and would not require a new appraisal. So renewal, modification of major terms, you've got to address value. And you can address the updated value a couple of with an evaluation if one of two situations are present. You can also update the valuation by validating an existing appraisal. You can update the value by using an appraisal done for another bank. Those will be discussed today. You can do an evaluation. It is considered sufficient if one of two situations exist. No obvious change. This one's going to be hard right now because cap rates are up. One of the major property indexes, nationwide index, a major index, says that properties went down some 13% last year after going up 24% in 2021. Cap rates have moved, market conditions have changed. Number one is going to be hard. Number two can happen, though. No new money's advanced other than for reasonable closing costs. So if those videos ever reemerge and they sort of replicate the videos they had on the FDIC YouTube channel, video 2 just did an awesome job on this whole thing of subsequent transactions. So watch the FDIC YouTube channel, see if they repost some of their appraisals videos. They weren't exactly the most exciting production as videos go, but the content was awesome. I've looked several places. I wish I could just at least find a transcript of that second video. It's about a 20-minute video. And then there's some other interesting property situations addressed in the frequently asked questions in questions 8, 9, and 10. They're outlined on that slide for you. So why review appraisals? Maybe this should be the very first slide. But my lending career extends back prior to the 1994 guidelines. And I was taught we have to look at the appraisals, and we didn't have the independence rules or any of that because the guidelines didn't come out until 1994. FIREA came out, but you can't really do much till you get the regulatory guidelines. So this is really why prior to all these rules for appraisals, we still needed to look. If you were a good real estate lender, you did these things. You understood that appraisers, they have deadlines and things just like we do at the bank. They sometimes get in a hurry, and then sometimes they're looking around and where did everybody go? They don't have tons of proofreaders. Their software does more and more quality control than you would ever dream. You're sometimes challenged in a more rural market to get a lot of repetitions on a certain property type. Your expertise may be a little bit limited. And appraising is an art, not a science. I would hope if you got two different appraisers to appraise the same property and it's fairly close in the timeline, I still hope you get two very different answers. If you get the same answer, I'm more worried. This is not as scientific as you would think, even on the residential side. And particularly, I think on the residential side, because there's so many comps out there. And part of the reason for all these guidelines is to take the pressure away from the appraiser to make the customer happy. And I don't know that we can ever take that pressure away, because ultimately the bank pays the appraiser for most of the work they do. There's ways appraisers can do work other than for banks. Appraisers can help real estate agents. Appraisers can help trustees in bankruptcy. Appraisers can do other kinds of work for insurance companies. There's different ways appraisers can make money other than working for banks, but most of them probably make 90% plus of their income every year from a bank. And they're not going to get that business unless they make the bank happy ultimately. And the bank's not going to keep using them if their work, the appraisals the bank's getting from the appraiser aren't making the customers of the bank happy. So there is the way appraisers are compensated, is all I'm saying. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with how they're compensated, but it's hard to take this. It's hard to get them totally isolated to where they don't feel pressure to make deals work. Because if they don't make the bank customers happy, they don't make the bank happy, the work they get from the bank is probably going to go away unless they're the only appraiser in town. So it's hard to get that. And so, we've got, obviously, what I want to do before you ever see that bullet point, that last one on the slide, is there's reasons to do this, not just because we have regulations, or I should probably call them guidelines, that make us do this. We should want to be doing this anyway. Probably the big change for a lot of banks, and it was true for the bank I worked for in 1994, we in 1996 implemented all this stuff, and all it changed was, who could order and review the appraisals. We were already, one way or another, whether it was the lender or somebody independent, we were already scrutinizing the appraisals. So a big question. I started down this path in the first hour, and that is this idea that the guidelines we're under, and therefore my class in a way is so heavily skewed towards commercial because our banking guidelines are heavily skewed to commercial. So I finally got an answer on this. You saw FFIEC earlier. The appraisal subcommittee of the FFIEC attempts to maintain a list of certified appraisers in every state. They also try to track disciplinary actions. Probably your state website's a better place to go. The FFIEC periodically reports to Congress on things in and around the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, all the statistical information we collect on the borrower upfront in a residential mortgage. So in one of these reports to Congress a few years ago, I found finally maybe the question I've had all these years: why are our guidelines that we're talking about today so heavily commercial in tone? Don't really talk specifically very much at all about residential. Here's the answer. The FFIEC, Federal Financial Institutions Examination Council, they coordinate and sort of help coordinate the FDIC, the OCC, and the Federal Reserve. They cite, 5 different groups at the basically governmental level: Fannie Freddie plus HUD, Veterans Administration, Department of Agriculture's Rural Housing. They all have appraisal requirements for the loans that they get involved in. And my italics, Their requirements apply regardless of the value of the loan. This report was in 2017. There's about a 2-year lag on all this HMDA data. It's a lot of data. The FFIEC's website has Excel spreadsheets and ways you can dig into all this HMDA data, but it's usually at least 2 years old. So in this 2017 report to Congress, they said, based on 2014 HMDA data, 90% of residential mortgage loans did not, there you go, are not subject to Title 11. That's the old 250,000 as of 2014. As of 2014, the minimum was still the old 250,000. So we've got a lot of small mortgages, but the majority of these are subject to the requirements of those 5 agencies up above, the 3 agencies and the 2 governmental sponsored entities. Now, I don't know if the word majority in this bullet point means 51% or 75%. What they're saying is most of the residential mortgages that are out there are already following rules for the appraisals. And it's not explicitly worded, but I think it's clear what they're trying to tell Congress. Why do we need to have extensive residential rules within our guidelines that we issue to banks? So that's why a lot of the questions you'll have on residential appraisals are going to be answered by the secondary market or those kinds of procedures when it comes to appraisals. You're going to have situations where you've got residential properties, maybe securing a commercial loan, maybe a guarantor of a business pledges their house. There'll be situations where you need residential. But for the most part, what you get involved in is going to be more dictated by rules that are already in place that the appraisers are already following from all these other entities. So let's talk about residential for a few minutes specifically. There's so many things within residential that you'll improve your residential work just from what we talk about on the commercial side. This came out back in October. Appraisal industry is abuzz with changes and challenges. The volume is slowed. Desktop and hybrid appraisals are increasing options for bankers, particularly in the secondary market. Appraisers face fee pressure from AMCs, appraisal management companies. They're taking extraordinary measures to make up for the volume they're losing. So they're pressuring the appraisers to accept lower appraisal fees to get the work. And that's clearly something that was not intended in all these appraisal guidelines. In fact, Fannie and Freddie have issued documents that are critical of the AMCs or talk about how the AMCs should not be interfering with the livelihoods of these appraisers, but the way it works, it often happens. And I hear those complaints from appraisers. Another residential issue, you need the contract desperately in the residential side. There's more things, I think, in a residential sale, items of value changing hands that maybe aren't necessarily the real estate sales price. You know, maybe the seller's paying closing costs or something. There's just an inordinate tightness that you're not going to be able to achieve on the commercial side. There's just this huge tightness effort for the comps that is there on the residential side. And there's always been, in fact, there were actually some Fannie rules years ago limiting the amounts of adjustments. And because of some of the uniform data systems you're going to look at in a couple of slides, Fannie and Freddie have started tracking all this. And pretty soon, maybe it's still a year or two out, they're going to just be able to, with artificial intelligence, scan the comparables and say, is that okay or not? They're going to look for the excessive adjustments, and they're going to have data on their side. They're going to say, in this neighborhood, if you adjust more than 10%, that's not a good comp, because we have 2/3, they're going to be doing confidence intervals and all this statistical studying. They're going to say of the 100 appraisals we've gotten in the last year in that neighborhood, there's been no more variance on this factor than 8%. So if your appraisal comes in at 10%, we're not going to take it. They're going to get very data. It's going to be like with the sporting events where particularly in football, do you go for it on fourth down? Well, the analytics say this. There's going to be more and more discussion of analytics on the residential side. It's probably going to make its way into a lot of the software that your appraisers use too, and it's going to keep them from doing that, from being outside these adjustment factors. There's going to be more focus on, because residential has moved into a lot of areas in the country that formerly weren't residential or just vacant land. And so they're going to be worried about, there'll be environmental concerns we used to not have to worry about. You've got places that used to be, somebody talked about this in my program yesterday. I forget what market they were in. There was a former small airport or something in their community that got moved, and everything's been covered over and it's going to be houses pretty soon. Well, what if there's underground storage tanks? You've got all the environmental things that you worry about in commercial. Functional obsolescence is huge in my market. I'm coming to you from Huntsville, Alabama. We exploded during the space program in the 60s and 70s, and that housing is just not very attractive to today's borrower or today's purchaser. And so there's a lot of functionality, lack of functionality in those houses. So the site's getting more and more attention in these appraisals. USPAP, when it has its changes, in my opinion, more often affects residential. So I've got a couple slides. You can look at them on your own. If you've not done a lot of appraising yet or reviews of appraising, these may be subtle and very picky when you get into maybe slightly changing the phrase of what's misleading. A personal inspection versus a non-personal inspection. There's more remote inspecting. It had to happen with COVID. What's the difference between a relevant characteristic and a physical characteristic? So that's just a sampling of the kind of things you get into when you start paying more attention to USPAP. USPAP had been on an annual update cycle. About 15 years ago, I think it went to a 2-year cycle. And of course, the pandemic changed everything. In February 2021, they announced that the 2020-2021 changes would be all you get until December. There's not going to be any 2022 changes. Then back in the summer of 2022, their appraisal standards board within the Appraisal Foundation, FIREA delegated to the Appraisal Foundation way back in 1989, delegated to the Appraisal Foundation oversight of appraisers and this thing called USPAP, because in 1987, the Appraisal Foundation was formed and started working on USPAP. So in the summer of last year, August of last year, they said, we're not going to make any changes in 2023 either. So what we did in the 2020-2021 cycle is good for everybody up until the end of 2023. You can go to the Appraisal Foundation's website. It's easy to navigate. They've got 4 different drafts of a table of contents of what's potentially going to change in 2023. And a lot of it has to do with discrimination and racism, inadvertent racism and things within appraisals. That seems, or the ethics and some of that. That seems to dominate those things. There was a comment period that closed last week on the 4th exposure draft. I mentioned the Appraisal Institute earlier as well. They've got webinars and things you can dial into. They're very helpful. They also have a series of documents you can download for free. They're only 5 or 6 pages called guide notes. And Some of you may be in areas where there's been flooding, storms, different things. The pandemic itself, COVID, was declared a natural disaster. So how do you appraise in the aftermath of a disaster? That's still a relevant thing to perhaps read and help your educational level on appraisals, and particularly this one, the guide note 12, dealing with analyzing market trends, because we're in a period where we've had a lot of volatility in real estate. Coming into the pandemic, fortunately, real estate prices and annual increases had leveled out a good bit. Pandemic hits, property prices actually went down 10% for a broad index. Not every property type went down 10%, some more, some less. As I told you, 2021, commercial real estate across the board, this broad index went up 24%. Not all properties went up 24, some went up more. And then last year, down 13%. So far this year, pretty much neutral. No big time change, and that index thinks the worst has already happened. But we've been in a volatile situation the last 2 or 3 years that wasn't the case all during the great economic expansion between 2010 and the pandemic. So guide note 12, again, another 5-6 page read. It's very helpful on looking at or analyzing market trends, and may help you do a better review of particularly of some of your commercial appraisals, but it's equally applicable on the residential side. There was a big deal this last year of finally requiring. Some local appraisers always complain to me that not everybody in the market follows the rules that are there for all the funky things to do square footage in a house when you have staircases and basements, sloped ceilings, dormers, all those kind of things going on. And a couple of the better appraisers in my market always just would complain because they said, some of the appraisers aren't following this. And I asked one appraiser, what's the most controversial issue in a residential appraisal in our market? And the answer has always been, from various appraisers in my market, disagreement over the square footage. It's rampant because not everybody was following these standards. And so these standards were mandated by Fannie and Freddie April of last year. And there was just a lot of things. If you went to appraisal websites, they're geared towards what publications appraisers read. You just saw all this agony almost, it seemed like, over the ANSI standards. And then, just like I said, a couple of the local appraisers I really respect said, Richard's no big deal. I've been following that stuff since I learned how to do appraising 50 years ago. So I don't know. It's it may or may not have been anything your local appraisers had issues with. It seemed like at a national level it was a pretty big deal. Post 2008 and 2009, a lot of action. We had probably the biggest thing was HVCC, Home Valuation Code of Conduct. It only applies to loans going to the secondary market through Fannie and Freddie. But guess what? Those rules sort of set the rules for everybody else to follow. You may not have heard this yet at your bank. We've got a preponderance of people in today's class that are new to all this. You're probably new a little bit to banking. When banks, you may have heard your bank talk about a residential loan that you're going to keep in your portfolio and not sell. And that's been a more prominent thing recently because banks have needed loans because banks have gotten way too many deposits during the pandemic. The stimulus money had to go somewhere. It ended up being bank deposits. And banks were challenged to find loans. So it's like, well, why don't we not sell this loan and keep it on our books? Good choice. But when banks keep a loan on their portfolio, they prefer for it to be qualified or perhaps sellable, or be able to sell it, to keep it on their books. So guess what? Even the loans you keep in your portfolio, you want them to more or less conform to the Fannie and Freddie rules. So this became really the rule for the mortgage industry. So it really was very strict on the independence of the appraisal and the appraiser, and it forced or encouraged a lot of banks to use appraisal management companies, even though this rule did not require it. And I mentioned just a moment ago how Fannie and Freddie have not wanted the AMCs. The AMCs deserve to get compensated for the work they do to connect the bank to an appraiser. I get that. And Fannie gets that, Freddie gets that, but they're trying to say that the cost of doing that should not come out of the appraiser's pocket, the skimming of fees and that type of thing. Behind the scenes, the FHFA that regulates Fannie and Freddie began a program after the great big downturn in 08-09 to standardize all the data in our residential mortgage system. You see the 3 bullet points on half of the slide. Uniform. There's an appraisal data set, a collateral data portal, and loan delivery terminology was standardized and made uniform too. We're way beyond the deadlines for this stuff, but this was a huge effort so that appraisers and banks and market participants in Michigan use the same exact language as players in that market here in Alabama would use. So the problem was appraisers had different ways they could configure dates. If something was average per the market, well, what does average really mean? So it led to software with more drop-down menus. If you picked wording, you picked the same wording another appraiser picked. If you just really haven't seen this, it seems hit or miss now whether appraisers. This used to be a common attachment to residential appraisals, was a whole page of what these UAD definitions are. If you're not getting that from an appraiser, you can probably find it somewhere, or it's not against the rules to have a lunch and learn with a couple of appraisers and just say, hey, we got 2 new people or a new person doing appraisals. Let's talk about the ins and outs of residential appraisals. Let them tell you what are the tricky things they deal with their software and their site visits and that type of thing. You have on, I thought there were page numbers on here. It should be 18 and 19, and a desk review format for appraisals. I think this comes from, I'm trying to look at it. My lighting's not very good, so y'all can see me a little bit better on the camera. This is the one that's preferred by, I forget the appraisal company's name or the software company's name, but it's one of the more, it probably has at least 50% of the appraisers in the country using their software. They seem to, I've asked local appraisers, who dominates your software? And I believe it's this company. It's Total is the system, TOTAL, Total. And pretty extensive little desk review format. It may give you some ideas to beef up your residential review. I'm going to tell you point blank before we move to commercial. And this is an appraiser I really respect. Number one, because this appraiser is my sister. And I get great feedback on her all over town because a lot of the lenders, she has a different last name than me. She's married. And a lot of the bankers have no clue she's related to me. So, I meet a new banker or someone I hadn't talked about in a while. I say, if they do residential or they're a mortgage loan originator, hey, do you like Susan Gilbert's appraisals? And they usually are real good at, oh man, she's one of the best. She sees things some of the other appraisers don't see. So, I hear that. And of course, I'm her brother. I'm going to prefer her anyway. But honestly, she does get really good referrals and reviews and stuff around our market. I asked her one time, what should a banker really look for in an appraisal review? And this was her answer. Despite the 2-page desk review you've got on pages 18 and 19, she said, Richard, tell your bankers this. If they spend more than 10 minutes reviewing the residential appraisal, they're wasting their time. I said, you're kidding me. She said, no. She said, the software now is so good. It corrects typos. If I get a wacky comp in there that the adjustments are too high, the software catches me. The software actually picks the comps. Now I'm old school. I go out and still pick my comps, but the software will pick comps for me. She said they've about made it. And she didn't mean this in a derogatory way towards other appraisers. She says just the software is powerful. It makes me idiot proof. And so there just can't be that many errors. So much of this has been so standardized, I can't get outside that very much. Yeah, you still need to look at the appraisal. It makes sense that we may not have understood the transaction or something. That's probably the biggest problem. But as far as looking for errors and things, this software, she said, it's so powerful. She said, I don't know that lenders understand how much our industry has corrected its own problems. So that's just, take it or leave it. I still think you need to effectively review appraisals and look for things. I would say if you're doing much more than this 2-page worksheet, you're probably not listening to. Go find a good appraiser in your market, ask them. I mean, that's a good thing in a lunch and learn. If you were reviewing another residential appraisal, what 2 or 3 things would you go to first? And a lot of it's just making sure the content is there. And I guess I may be trying to put you at ease that most of the software these appraisers are using, you're probably not going to get anything that's way out in Mars or Venus. It's going to be more just the content that needs to be there is there. And again, the software itself sort of makes that happen. So I mentioned when we were back in the agenda format, these 3 levels, and there could be more. I'm just thinking most banks could have at least 3 different levels of reviews. You got a basic compliance review. Then you also, in addition to the compliance review, in certain cases, take a deeper dive. It's in addition to the compliance checklist. You're going to actually check the math. If you look at the appendix that has the comments from a third-party review, the cover letter from that review appraiser says, I read the report in its entirety. I think, parenthetically, they're saying, I sat down and read it cover to cover without interruption. Now, how many of us can do that in a busy bank day, right? You get interrupted all the time. I checked the math. I took all the math and double checked the numbers. You can't do that with every appraisal. If you do that, the appraisal review process becomes a bottleneck and you're way over reviewing some of the smaller reports, less risky properties. I'm going to pay more attention to the comps and adjustments. And this allows you to build the bench strength in your review staffing. Someone new like some of you today can spend more time at the compliance checklist level, and occasional reports go to the person that used to do the compliance checklist. They know more about appraisals. They probably have been promoted into another area in the bank. They've got more responsibilities, but they only do a few appraisals, but they do it deeper because they can spend the time on it and focus on it. And they've got the experience level needed to go deeper. So let's look at, and I've talked about standard 3 and the outside, third-party report. Let me give you the 3 invitations. Page 6 of the March 2005 FAQs that have been superseded by the 2018. But look what they said under question 19. Yes, all appraisals undergo a compliance review. Can be checklist or narrative. The proponents of what I see, I don't know that I've ever seen a narrative format. Here's the invitation. Richards, bullet points, Richards, italics. Certain reports, not all reports. Certain reports reviewed more closely to assess technical quality. That's where I get the name of a technical review based on risk, size, etc. Certain reports, not all. If you try to do all of these reports, give them all the same review, you are over reviewing the easier deals and you're not doing enough for the more difficult deals. And you're probably going to gradually go tilt a little more towards the trickier deals, and you're still just way overdoing a lot of the situations that you've got an appraisal on. Skip forward to the 2010 guidelines, the latest and greatest set. You've got to have policies and procedures in place that talk about different things, including, again, Richard's bullets from their narrative, Richard's italics. Your policies and procedures for reviewing appraisals and evaluations should reflect a risk-focused approach for determining the depth of review. Let's reword that. Not all appraisals get the same depth of review. It's risk-based. And one of the indicators of risk, obviously, is the size. Invitation number 2. We'll look at, I've got a couple slides for you on the resolving deficiencies, all that. Third invitation, the most recent thing, the 2018 FAQs. Depth of review should be commensurate with the risk of the transaction. Maybe even said that may be the best wording of all. Valuations of any sort, whether it's an evaluation, validating a previous appraisal, using an appraisal done for another bank. Valuations supporting lower risk transactions may warrant a less intensive review, while valuations supporting a higher risk transaction or really complicated collateral may warrant a more detailed review. Your Honor, I rest my case if this was a legal proceeding. And it's interesting, in the FAQs, question 8 acknowledged using outsourcing this function. If that's just really what it takes to have the ability to go to the depth you need to go in the riskier transactions. And I just do not recall any of our earlier appraisal rules and discussions and guidelines talking about outsourcing, really. Our regulators know it happens. They're okay with it. In fact, I think in a lot of situations they like it. But it was expressly and directly addressed in the 2018 FAQs. So how can you make this work? I think you look for cut lines, particularly on the commercial side. Residential, I think it's easier to have a one size fits all, because most of your residential is going to use the 1004 report format anyway. If you've got income producing or rental real estate, you've got an appendix that talks about some of those options, I believe. Let me look back here and all the stuff that I set up. Yeah, I have appendix 3 on discounted cash flow. There's appendix 4 that shows in addition to 1004, there is, where is it? Fannie Mae Form 216 and support small residential income property appraisal form 10025. Form 216, there's a couple of slides in that appendix. But for the most part, you're going to get the 1004 on any residential. So on the commercial side, you need to set a dollar limit that's high enough that almost 2/3 of your situation is over $500,000. You'll be surprised how low that number is. 2/3, that gets 2/3 of your commercial real estate portfolio. And really all that needs is a compliance checklist. The other 1/3 or so get the deeper dive in addition to the compliance checklist. That smaller group of loans, but they're larger dollars. If you are using an appraisal performed for another bank, I think it automatically gets a deeper dive. We've got some slides on that. That's yet another appendix. There's just only so much we can cover, even in a one-day program like this. The big downside to using an appraisal done for another bank, and there's rules that allow that. Your bank may not allow it, but you can always grant a waiver. The big problem with using an appraisal done for another bank is that you did not write the engagement letter. The appraiser may be on your approved list, but they wouldn't have been your first or second choice for that kind of property. You didn't write the engagement letter, so you're not an intended user. Officially, you're not supposed to be able to ask questions to the appraiser. So there's a lot of shortcomings in that. It may be a great report and it helps you do what you need to do and it's fine. But I think because of those reasons, you should automatically review it a little more closely than just a basic compliance review. You can't assume the other bank got it right. It also, if you'll do one or two deeper dives on every appraiser at least once or twice a year, you don't have to worry about who stays on your approved list. You've got already a good idea. Are they still continuing to do the quality of work that you demand? If it's owner occupied, it's not a rental property. On the commercial side, we've always had a $1 million limit before you require appraisals on that side. That leaves 10% or less, depending on the percentages that you come up with, where you're going outside to that third party comment. It's all based on the 80-20 rule. Example, very small community bank in Texas. Their real estate outstandings at that point over 250,000 was around 73 million. 226 notes. Rank those notes largest to smallest. The top 1/5, 20%. That's the 80-20 rule. The top 1/5 are note 45, notes number 1 through 45 when you rank them biggest to smallest. That group of 45 loans grabbed 52 million of their total real estate outstandings, or 71%. We're really 70-30 rule, not quite 80-20. And the reason I picked this one, look at that 45th note was right at $500,000. So what this chart is telling us, this bank had 181 loans in that narrow zone of 250 to 500. It had 45 loans larger than 500 that ate up almost 80% of the dollars outstanding. Phenomenal situation. We looked at a lot of loan policy issues at that bank. I was working with them on their loan policies, to where you can do this like having to get a full third-party inspection in construction. You can do this 1 out of 5 times and get $4 out of $5. You can do the technical review for anything $500,000 and larger, and you're only looking at 1 out of 5 loans, but you're covering 4 out of, well, in this case, $7 out of $10. It's powerful. This is risk management is all about deploying your risk resources and controls where risk is present. And so I'm not saying the 181 loans between 250 and 500 just get a pass. They still have a compliance checklist. And what we overlaid this with is, if it's a nursing home, convenience store, there were several property types they felt were higher risk, they weren't as experienced at. Those property types, it doesn't matter the dollar size, they automatically get. They automatically get the deeper dive, the technical review. So you've got a sample compliance checklist on pages 24 and 25. Looks a lot like that desktop review on the residential side. It has a clear section, dominates most of the first page on page 24, of use PAP requirements. And you're welcome to use it, plagiarize it, do whatever you want to do with it. You can reconfigure the top part of page 24 to match how you track loans and the way you do things on your loan system. The guts of this format were recommended in an RMA journal article years ago from someone you're going to see referenced in when we talk about appraisal outcomes. And I took that format because it was open for people to use. And I used it in a community bank where I was chief credit officer. And all we added a couple questions, and we added the page number field out to the side of yes or no. We wanted not only the appraisal review person to say that this was in there, this component was in there, but we want to know the page number. That way we could double check. And that way they would learn that from Richard Ham's appraisals, he's usually at highest and best use about the format he uses around page 30. We're going to find his highest and best use. And so they'd be more familiar with the formats and things. And we added as a training component what you see on page 25, additional comments of the reviewer. We wanted the reviewer to note something in the appraisal that caught their attention and why. It's just more of as that way we could use our least experienced appraisal reviewers to do the volume work, the compliance work, and then let the person that they reported to or someone else that had been doing that work but was still independent but doing other things in the bank, let them do the 1 out of 5, the 80-20 rule. Do the 1 out of 5 where they really need to sit down and dig into it. And then as the people doing the compliance reviews get better at everything, let them transition over into the deeper dives, the technical reviews. Oh, let me catch my breath. Let's take a little bit longer break this time. Let's still come back at 10 minutes after the hour, but you've got about 7.5 or 7 minutes instead of 5. Give you a few more minutes, and we'll come back at 10 minutes after the hour again. We'll pick back up and roll to our lunch break at noon and continue on appraisals. We'll pick up on page 26 after the break. Okay, we're at 10 after the hour. Quick break again. Roll for the next 50 minutes up to our lunch break. On page 26, just a couple of ideas, and you've already picked up on more than likely a theme I have when I do appraisal programs, and that is always looking for ways to make this a contributor to the lending process, not just a straight compliance effort or anything. Not that there's anything wrong with compliance. And one of those is what you saw back in the discussion of all the different agencies that have appraisal rules on the residential side, and how our regulators have more or less said we're going to keep our noses out of all those residential regulations. In the wording on the next slide, you had where the appraisal review process not only should help with compliance issues, but why doesn't it elevate to the people that need the information from the appraisal certain data points from the appraisal while you're at it? I mean, make it contribute to the lending process. I think another thing you can do as part of both your underwriting, your appraisal reviews, and everything, you're looking at a lot of properties. And you're probably doing a lot of things with Excel spreadsheets. And the reality is anything you can do in an Excel spreadsheet, that same math can be done inside of Access, but now you're doing it in a database where you can write reports and sort things better. You don't have to combine worksheets or extract things from worksheets. It's all in one. So you can track key variables across a lot of property types. You can define the properties to where you can sort and get the sizes and geographical locations you need to be. I'm just saying you can really create your own comps from all the annual reviews that you do, the comps that are inside appraisals, the subjects of appraisals, a lot of different things. The front page of a technical review worksheet, you're going to see a couple pages over from where we are now. That's a great set of items to capture. It's a great set of items that hopefully will give your approvers the information they need to extract from the appraisal without them having to go to the appraisal. So it's just a great tool. And you may say, Richard, we're a somewhat small bank, and so I go to the trouble to build a database. and I screen for apartments that are so many units in such and such location. I only get 2 or 3 examples. Well, I think that's still better than guessing. And I think it can, everybody can have access to it. And I think you're sitting on a lot of great data about real estate, particularly on the residential side. In your Appendix 4 mentions gross rents multiplier as an interesting tool that a lot of appraisers use for rental type properties. And that's an easy thing to track. If you've got multiple borrowers with 20 or they seem to have, if they're going to have any residential rentals, they've got 20 or 30. And they're in different zip codes and neighborhoods, and you can track things. You can refine the database and the GRM, the gross rents multiplier, for 3-bedroom, 2-bath, rough square foot size. There's ways you can be on top of a broad portfolio of residential rentals, such that when a new loan opportunity happens and you get a formal appraisal, you can update the GRM that might be applicable. You can screen that database for those size and location parameters and update the most recent GRM. And you've got an informal now update of properties that maybe haven't been appraised for a few years, but you've got a current GRM that would closely match the parameters of that house. There's just phenomenal database things you can do once you start collecting this type of data. Most of you do this, but the benefit to me as a lender, when that bank way back in 1996 went to a centralized ordering and reviewing of appraisals, was the net cost to my customers for appraisals went down because one person was ordering them for the entire bank. The appraisers, it sort of kicked in more of, oh, we do a lot of work for that bank and it's all coming from one person. I better sharpen my pencil. And even though we had to pay that centralized function a fee to do their work, they were getting lower appraisal costs because of their bid process and the thoroughness of it, to where net our customers weren't paying more, in many cases paying less for appraisals. I'll tell you point blank, in 1996, me and the other lenders in that bank thought our world was coming to an end. We're not ordering the appraisals. After working under that system for a year or two, I wouldn't have it any other way. So a couple things. I'm a big proponent of, if we're going to do this, let's make it a contributor to the bank's lending efforts, not just a necessary evil. Let's do levels of review so it's not a bottleneck. If you're trying to do the same review worksheet for every situation, I think it becomes a bottleneck. You get in a hurry and the quality goes out the window. It's just a volume thing. So a deeper dive. You're gonna just double check things more than you ever would in a compliance checklist. You're gonna make sure that everything in the engagement letter was provided. You're gonna make sure you agree. We had an interesting situation in one of my banks where we had a group of loans to some convenience stores, and the loan approval and everything I could see when I joined that bank led us to believe the land was owned by the owners of the convenience store. Actually, it was leased ground. Turns out the appraisal had it right, and we were wrong. So there's different things. Just make sure everything's done that you asked for in the compliance letter. The engagement letter. I was looking at the next slide. You've already got the compliance checklist, so it has all the components you're looking for. So now you read the report and check the math. You work closely from USPAP Standard 3. Is it complete? Were the data adequate and relevant? Are the adjustments appropriate? Are the methods and techniques appropriate? I got asked one time in a program, Richard, we want appraisers in some sort of loan situation. We think they should do this analytical technique and they're not doing it. And I said, well, you write the engagement letter, put it in your engagement letter. If that's something you want them to do, you may have to pay a little bit more, Are the opinions and conclusions appropriate and reasonable? And this is going to blow some of you away. Your lenders aren't going to want to hear this. You just want the value to be reasonable, reliable enough for us to make our business decision. Did we get you your 80%? I don't know. But if I'm your bank's chief credit officer, we're going to do some 81s because we're going to do some 79s. There's nothing magic about 80 or 75 or any of them. These are all estimates to start with. And here's a reality. And it's just like if your experience was similar to mine and most of the people I was around in high school and college, when we ended up having that class with the professor or teacher that everybody said was hard, I found out, yeah, they were hard, but I gave them my best work. And so don't be afraid to be that hard teacher. Make the appraisers give you what you need. They will elevate their game to your expectations. If you're sloppy on the review, I get the feeling an appraiser could put in the middle of one of their narratives in a report, Mickey Mouse married Minnie Mouse, and nobody would catch it. And know this, if you'll agonize over picking the right appraiser, it may take a little extra time, but guess what? You'll save more time on the back end. It's going to drive your lenders crazy because they're going to be, in your ear or texting you or emailing you. Have you ordered the appraisal? Have you ordered the appraisal? That's not the key. The key things, if you order it with the right person and take a little more time and get the right engagement going, the review is going to go faster. It's probably going to be turned in faster because they're a better appraiser. Let me get the best appraiser, and I'm going to end up saving you time. But the lender just wants to get, because they want to tell the customer, we've ordered your appraisal, but if you get the wrong appraiser and it's a difficult report to review, you haven't done yourself any good. So you've got a sample technical review worksheet on pages 29 and 30. It asks if the compliance review noted any USPAP issues. So it does screen as needed for USPAP. It has a lot of data points you can fill out. You can streamline or expand that based on, I just think a lot of the stuff that's on that first page on page 29 would be awesome to embed into a database. And it's great information to include in a loan package. The second page is really USPAP Standard 3. You go to the very bottom of page 30. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it complete, adequate, accurate, relevant, appropriate adjustments, appropriate methods and techniques, opinions and conclusions are appropriate. Overall, the estimate of value is reasonable and reliable enough for us to make a business decision. The business decision we're trying to make, usually making and renewing a loan. Sometimes you're arguing a list of stay in bankruptcy to take a piece of real estate out of a complicated bankruptcy and just go home, so to speak. Sometimes you're trying to determine how to value real estate that you're holding on the bank's balance sheet that you foreclosed on. But 9 times out of 10, the business decision is to make or review a loan. Bottom of page 31. Been talking about USPAP and all this. Here's the Appraisal Foundation. There's their website. They are going to be issuing probably mid-year next year a draft of the actual changes for USPAP in 2023. They've got, so far as you've seen, 4 exposure drafts. They'll finalize that and put it out for a final review and comment. Further down that slide, the Appraisal Institute is different from the Appraisal Foundation. Appraisal Foundation was formed by Canadian U.S. appraisers in 1987. As I mentioned, FIREA delegates oversight of appraisal content and rules to the Appraisal Foundation. Appraisal Institute is like the American Institute of CPAs, AICPA. It's their membership organization, and it has their different designations, including some more recent designations for review services. Um, Interestingly, the number of 17,000, all their members, I didn't update that for a number of years. And that previous number that I didn't update for a number of years until last year, that previous number that was probably 10 years old was 24,000. So that tells you a little bit. There's been some shrinkage, mainly. Apparently, the appraisal industry was a little overweighted demographically with baby boomers, and they need to be retiring and things and getting out of the appraisal practice. I know one of the better appraisers, he was older here in my market, passed away. Those things happen. And so we do have a little bit of a shrinking pool of appraisers, and the requirements to become an appraiser keep getting steeper and steeper because we focus on the quality of the appraisal, and maybe we've done too much to keep people out of this business. I think that's a looming issue. You have an appendix with some sample comments. I do have just 2 slides for you in the main presentation on page 32. Just more on this multiple levels of review, how you might use an outside review service. Is offered by many appraisal management companies. They're not usually going to weigh in on the value you were given. If they have to talk about value, all of USPAP, not just standard 3, applies, and the fee becomes close to an appraisal fee. So for the most part, if you find a third-party reviewer it can be in your market, a lot of banks say they have more luck getting local appraisers to review things if you're in more than one market and you let the appraisers in one market look at the appraisers in the other, because they aren't really competing with each other. You don't have any, external agendas going on. I did give you the engagement letter from one of these, where you have numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are pretty much the same things that are at the end of the technical review, except for number 1. And tell us what you did to review this appraisal. And when you go to the appendix and look at their comments, they said, I read the report and checked the math. So, and they noted some things like highest and best use and zoning, and some other errors. They actually said one of the reference books, or one of the text that was referenced is they called it extinct, which is a little bit interesting. That sounds like they're talking about dinosaurs. So 4 possible outcomes from all these reviews. You can accept the report, everybody's happy, move on. If you are a licensed appraiser, and large banks have licensed appraisers doing some of their review work, they can actually modify and come up with a reviewer adjusted value. Just about anybody coming to one of my programs can't do number 2. So that leaves us 1, 3, and 4. 3, the report's returned for corrections. I think if you read the comments or the content in that first appendix of a third-party review, you probably want to do number 3. Send it back for corrections, or at least share the issues via email and get an email back from the appraiser that you can attach to the report. Number 4 is hard, because for most of you and the situations your lenders are in, your ability to turn something around promptly is key. And so starting all over and ordering a new appraisal rarely is rarely a good option for you. Kind of stumbled on those words. So you need to review, the outcome and reason of sharing some of those third-party comments with you is, I think it helps you do the technical reviews that you're involved in. Maybe focus a little bit more on factual errors and things that actually affect the value conclusion itself. In my experience, complaining about the value gets you nowhere. Usually, if you just point out some things that weren't real clear, you may engineer the value change without asking for it. But when you come in asking for a value change, I think you put the appraiser on the defensive. And so they're going to, they're the appraiser, not you. So I think another good practice is to have dialogue one way or another, email or something, or brief phone call with every appraiser after every report, just to find out, just to even tell them the good things you liked, and find out more about why they do it or how they do it and how it's different from perhaps some of their competitors. I think our appraisers are starved for affection. All they hear is complaints. Because guess what? You're going to need a little help sometime, or you've got an unusual property that maybe you don't need an appraisal on, but you need to ask the appraiser something about a property type. It's okay to have professional dialogue with these appraisers. What we can't do is influence the process. You saw those words. So to me, in the big picture, back to the comment, is the amount they gave us reliable enough to make a business decision? We may be at 78 or 79. We may be at 81. To me, that's not that big a deal. We're close enough to 80. It's reasonable enough. Let's move on. Let's now go adjust our loan parameters and quit badgering the appraiser to get it to 80% or something. From an article written by George Mann, he was the source of the original document that underpinned the compliance checklist you looked at. In an article in the RMA Journal, he says there's no rules that exist for how we do this. And you saw in those invitation slides, the banks has to have policies and procedures around this. These aren't mandated by the guidelines. So he talks about getting an email back and forth or getting a new report. That's up to you. He mentions he has a long list of things that warrant a revised report. Dates are wrong, values incorrect, or the dates involving the value. Typos, not just any typo in the market value conclusion. Wrong definition of market value. You will see that in Appendix 1. Incorrect address, numerous typos throughout the report. Engagement letter instructions not followed. Factual errors, building size, different things. We'll talk about assumptions and limiting conditions shortly. FIREA violations. I've given you the 14 points of FIREA. USPAP violation. There's also the look back provision is also in FIREA. Math errors, not just any old math errors that lead to an incorrect market value conclusion. Not breaking out the personal property, otherwise known as usually furnitures, fixtures, and equipment. Items not warranting a revised report. Minor typos, errors not material to the value conclusion, minor disagreement with the appraiser's analysis and conclusions, minor disagreement with the value conclusion. Do not nitpick. You're supposed to add value. I love his phrasing. Not redo the appraisal from scratch. And I get the impression for some of my programs that some appraiser reviewers are tearing these reports apart and redoing everything. That's not your job. And if you have more than one person doing things, try to be consistent. That makes a lot of sense. Then finally, some questions. My favorite is that fifth bullet is do you have an agenda? You just don't like that appraiser. So there's the article. You can go to rmahq.org and search in their journal articles. Options other than a full new appraisal. You can use an appraisal done for another lender. That's number 2. Well, that's actually number 1 on my list. Appendix number 2. You can validate an existing appraisal and you can do an evaluation. If your bank, as you do your underwriting and your annual reviews on your portfolio, and you take a step in your software to estimate value by using a cap rate applied to the cash flow, that's yet another option to informally value your properties in between situations where you're going to do something more formal. And it will probably take pressure off of the frequency of the formal valuations when you do more that's just on the fly. I mean, it's lenders and analysts' job to keep up with collateral value, whether it's an accounts receivable aging, an inventory listing, paying attention to equipment auction sites, taking the cash flow of the real estate when you're doing the update and applying a reasonable cap rate. Where do I get the cap rate from? The property database I mentioned just a little while ago. There's what regulators have told me is all we're interested in seeing is that the bank keeps up with collateral value. And depending on the kind of collateral, it's a delicate mix of just informal things versus more formal things that involve the experts, things like appraisals. And if you're doing, the more you're doing of anything takes pressure off of the frequency you have to do the more formal steps. So a couple slides on evaluations and validations. Then we'll have a chance to get a little bit into the report basics before we break for lunch, I hope. You can use existing appraisals. And under the old FAQs, you could even do more than just closing costs under an old appraisal. We did this, we implemented this process in a community bank where I was chief credit officer, and there's issues with doing this. The way our guidelines allow this, they say you have to document your thought process to conclude that the existing estimate of value remains valid. That's a little bit redundant sounding. Meaning, if you got it reappraised, you would at least be this same number or higher. But they say you have to do it in a consistent format with adequate depth. And I don't know how you do anything in a consistent format with adequate depth without having some sort of format to fill out. And obviously you have to comply with your bank's policy. My number one problem when we started doing this was lenders were trying to validate older appraisals, and they didn't even dig out the old appraisal. They just saw the number was sufficient. I want to use the old appraisal. Well, the old appraisal needs to be decent enough to be reused in terms of format and everything. So the checklist we used is on page 39. You can probably do better, but it'll give you kind of the rough idea of what we're doing. And so problem one is solved by having a checklist. Everybody's going to be in a consistent format, similar depth, okay? Problem number two is at the top of the yes/no questions. Original appraisal has been reviewed and is acceptable, or was reviewed and is acceptable. And common sense things. Is the appraiser still, or back then were they on the approved list? That kind of thing. They may not be on our current approved list. That doesn't matter. They may have retired or passed away or something. So problem number two is handled in the very first yes/no questions at the top of page 39. Problem number three, condition of the property and current use and zoning. Remember I said it's part of the big three earlier from the 14, not the 14 points of FIREA, the 5 minimum standards. So problem number three is solved on page 39 with, I inspected the property, I went and saw it, put the date in there, and the property appears to be in the same or better condition. Things to comment on. Problem number four, how old is the appraisal? And that's going to be a big issue in the coming year. The best I can tell you is that an appraisal much more than a year old, I think you're going to have a hard time validating. That's sort of where our regulators went after 2008 and 2009. They see the indexes that I see. Property values in general went down a good bit last year. They had to because cap rates go up. Cap rates had to go up some because interest rates went up. And in that environment, it makes it harder to use older appraisals. Go back to 2018, 2017, we're at the tail end of a nice 10-year expansion in the economy. Real estate prices nicely going up all those 10 years, nothing extreme. You could probably use a 5-year-old appraisal. That's a judgment call or maybe a discussion point you're going to have with your regulator in the coming months. Guess what? Your policy probably has a parameter in there. I don't know how you manage people without having that kind of parameter. But in our guidelines, the test is simply passage of time. It could be 1 day, it could be 15 years. Your market may be volatile. There may be property types that aren't getting financing right now. None come to mind immediately. Natural disasters can alter the dynamics of a market or a property. You may have an excessive inventory of competing properties. The property itself may be in bad shape, or the area around it is not in good shape or has changed. From the 2010 guidelines, they added changes in underlying economic or market assumptions, including cap rates and lease terms. Cap rates have probably changed. Changes in zoning, building materials or technology. Building materials and technology added in 2010. Environmental contamination. So I think it helps to have, and it's actually 2 pages over, not the next page, a worksheet to do this. And I think I've got my slides a little bit out of order in the printing. Or I reprinted one slide. That's what I did. I said appraisers don't have proofreaders. I need a better proofreader. I've got one slide that got reproduced multiple times. So an idea for you to perhaps incorporate, being able to validate an existing appraisal has been around. It is part of the guidelines. I rarely hear it being discussed by banks or bankers that are in my programs. Most of you know a good bit about evaluations. From the get-go, way back in 1994, our guidelines said you can't base an entire evaluation just on the tax assessed value. And more updated in 2010, AVMs really didn't exist in 1994. They just mentioned, just one item doesn't make for an evaluation. You can lean on it more heavily if you can prove in your database there's a pretty consistent relationship between tax assessed value and appraised value. And there's easy ways to prove that. But you got to address the property's condition, which some of these electronic or digital things don't really do. They don't tell you the condition, they just tell you the tax assessed value. This one, depending on how large your bank is, this may be one of the items that you're not really doing yet. And again, remember, these are guidelines, not regulations. Some smaller banks don't have enough staff to have someone totally independent do an evaluation, someone totally independent of the lending staff. So you may still be doing an older practice where the lender that doesn't have the loan evaluates the property for the lender that has the loan, and vice versa. And that's about all that's the limit of independence. So this is one area that is difficult for some smaller banks to implement. And then further have someone independent to be able to review that. That's just multiple layers. You've got a sample form on pages 41 and 42. It has current use of the property, the middle of the first page. It's got fill in for the zoning somewhere. It's got all those things. It has some reality check questions that are very, very good. So if you'll give me a moment, I'll pull up the second part of our presentation. It's a second PowerPoint, and it'll give me a chance to get us a few more minutes ahead in terms of all the stuff we need to cover. Let me get to the file, and it'll get us a little bit ahead of what we need to cover after lunch and save us some time for some questions. All right, let's see. Get back into Zoom and share screen. Where'd Zoom go? There we go. There's Zoom. There we go. So we'll work our way into the components for a few minutes before we break for lunch. And then after lunch, we'll look at the approaches to value and some of the other components. So obviously the letter transmittal is huge. That's what everybody looks at. That's probably, unfortunately, about all that the lenders look at. And look, I can fuss about lenders. That's the most years in my banking career that I spent was as a lender. So I've earned the right to complain about lenders, because anything I complain that lenders do, I probably did. Okay. So I'm guilty of all those things, but it's got so much important stuff in it. It's going to highlight and give you just an overview of the entire report. Pay attention. Again, we've always got to be alert to their qualifications and make sure we're on top of that, and that we're continually looking at this whole idea of, are they qualified? Are they competent, really is the word that's the best word to use. This competency thing just seems like one of the easiest things a regulator can challenge is that, how do you know they're still competent? And if you've got division of duties, somebody ordered the appraisal, the reviewer still needs to think about, well, do I think they're competent too? So you have a chart on page 44 with a couple of fill-ins and a couple things that need to be explained. My little graphic in the bottom left-hand corner, I need to update the page number. So I apologize for that. Up at the top of the chart on page 44, this was one of the items that was in the older guidelines that got replaced or rescinded or taken out, was an interagency statement that adopted the USPAP changes for the use of the words complete and limited back in 2006. And what USPAP did is said we can't use those words anymore. They don't have official meaning because it was a little bit abused, but the words became a shortcut to say whether the report handled all three approaches to value or not. Whether you use all three approaches to value hasn't changed at all. Scope of work never changed. It's just being able to definitionally use complete and limited changed. And that's why it's shaded out on the chart. Okay. Scope of work is really the level of due diligence. Accountants talk about in an audit of financial statements, they talk about scope of work. So it's really the same thing. The extent to which you double check things, inspect things, it's the level of due diligence being applied. The more recent definitional change, which is getting older, it's 2014, was taking three definitions for the format, not the scope of work, but the format. Is it landscape or is it portrait? Think about format. It's not really what the content is, it's the format you use. And it really just effectively collapsed. The summary and self-contained became appraisal report. So in that squarish box on page 44, jot in the words appraisal report. It's very similar to the old summary definition and is typically what you're going to be ordering. Self-contained simply gave you more pages. It wasn't necessarily a better report. The conclusion doesn't change. It's just the format changes. They can't reference things. They have to give you the thing they referenced. So it's a lot more pages, might cost you more money. It's not a better report. the value conclusion is not necessarily better and self-contained. And so most banks were trying to order summary, but some banks felt like self-contained complete was always the best. That kind of is gone now. In the larger box, the taller box in the middle of page, the middle sort of side to side on page 44, but at the bottom, write in these 3 words: restricted appraisal report. You're not supposed to be able to give a copy to your customer. That's the big rub with a restricted report. You can narrow the scope of work and get a good value, and maybe it can be turned around cheaper. It can be, there are a lot of situations where we need value, but the customer's not involved anyway. I'm not a legal expert or compliance expert. I think if you share that appraisal with the customer and it's a restricted report, the customer's not an intended user, I don't know that the appraiser can sue you and put you in jail or anything. They may not ever even know. It's just in their wording, you're not supposed to be able to share it with anyone that's not an intended user. And our regulators say that it's not in most cases, it's not acceptable for true underwriting of a credit. There's other things we do with credits where the value can be helpful, and maybe we don't need of the full appraisal. We can just get a restricted report. Just another note on scope of work. I think the appraisers have a great self-policing definition of what scope of work is. And this keeps you from having to write an overly long engagement letter. An appraiser has to meet the expectations of parties, not just your bank, but anybody who uses similar assignments. So if an appraiser is doing a certain type of analysis for all the other banks that order an appraisal on apartments, you shouldn't have to ask for it. They're going to give it to you as well. And by the same token, through their meetings and conferences and continuing education events, they are supposed to keep up with what other appraisers are doing, not just what they're doing for other banks, what they're doing what other appraisers are doing for banks. And that should be good enough. You know, I don't talk a lot about engagement letters in this program, but I kind of use this analogy all the time. If I'm going to my annual physical with my general practice doctor, I don't think I need to write that doctor a letter ahead of time and remind that doctor all the things the doctor's supposed to do. My doctor went to medical school. He knows what to do. He knows what my insurance will pay for. So I probably don't need to write him a letter. But if I have discovered something in my family history that's relevant, maybe I've had an injury or something recently, or an illness that I didn't go to the doctor for, but I had an illness. Maybe I want to, because of one of those things, I think I might want to run a test we don't normally run. That's all great for us to discuss. It won't necessarily be in an engagement letter. I think that's how you treat your appraisers. We're not sure if this is something you normally do. We don't know if other banks are asking for it, but when we do apartments, we'd like to see this. Or if we're doing a hotel, we'd like to see this. And if I ask my doctor to do something that is not the normal thing, I may have to pay for it. Insurance may not pay for it. If you ask for special things in the appraisal, it may drive up the engagement cost a little bit. But I think it's an interaction. But I think I do occasionally see engagement letters that banks write that are way too long. And the appraiser knows USPAP. The appraiser's the expert. Unless it's something unusual, let them follow their rules. They do a good job of sort of monitoring themselves. So identifying the property is actually more critical than you realize. As a lender, I recall a lot of situations where we're taking multiple tracts of land or something, and we didn't really realize that another tract was really part of the group, and maybe we didn't realize the customer planned to add it or include it in the collateral. They didn't realize it was a separate tract. And sometimes it's the other way around. We get an appraisal and there's more tracts of land, and some of that's not really what was supposed to be pledged to us. So understanding that you're actually appraising the correct thing can be complicated in some situations. Everything's a whole lot better because the maps and everything are more electronic and more accurate. Property identification. Before I get into this, and we'll cover this in just a few minutes, and we're about to break for lunch. When in situations where banks have shared with me, because this didn't happen very much, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of firsthand experience from my lending career and senior positions, but banks have shared with me situations where, for one reason or another, they've had to have a property appraised within a few months, just not much time between the appraisals, and they get very different answers. And they're perplexed as to, we couldn't really understand why we got two different appraisal results. And this would be back in like 2017 or 18, in a period of time where there's not a lot of volatility in interest rates or anything like we've had today. And they say, we looked at the comps, we looked at this, we looked at that, and we just don't really see where the difference really came from. And it led me to this description as we look at a little of this and go to lunch. Think of the movie, if you've seen the movie Casablanca. At the end of the movie, it's a famous movie, Humphrey Bogart and Ingrid Bergman and everything. In the end of the movie, and I think it happens multiple times in the movie, some sort of, but I'm thinking about the lines at the end of the movie, some sort of crime happens and all these policemen show up. And I think in each of the situations during the movie, the chief of police is blowing his whistle and ordering people around, and he ultimately looks around and says, round up all the usual suspects. Famous line. The usual suspects for us when we're questioning an appraisal are the comps, the cap rate, those kind of things. Particularly the comps, because they dominate the residential appraisal. Well, in some of these situations, the culprit really wasn't a usual suspect. It was an unusual suspect. Something like highest and best use or property ownership rights appraised. So a quick story, we'll come back, we'll pick up here after lunch, but a quick story. Banker in Texas talking about a deal where they had property appraised not many months apart, very different results. And the reason they got the second appraisal is because the first appraisal was this. The property was an older property, well rented in a nice location. I think it was in Houston or somewhere. The property owner, the loan had been paid down well. The owner was going to put a second lien on the building, and for some reason the bank thought, well, it probably makes sense if we update the appraisal, and they did. They knew going in that the customer had admitted this. It was in all their annual reviews. The property owner had not been very diligent in keeping the rents at market rents. The rents were a little bit below market, good bit below market. Had plenty of cash flow. The property owner was happy. They didn't have to worry about tenant turnover. Everything was fine. They get the property appraised. The appraisal comes in with a value much higher than they were expecting. And they're looking at all the usual suspects. And I said, you've got an issue with, let me skip slides, leased fee. Because the appraisal, their lengthy engagement letter required the appraiser to appraise everything fee simple. And fee simple assumes no lease or anything, or number one on my list. On the slide that's at the bottom of page 46. When the property's being rented out at what you would consider a market rate, then there's really no difference between leased fee and fee simple. The property's technically leased fee, but if the rents are at market rate, the appraiser can do fee simple. which is really the best, subject to the governmental powers 1, 2, 3, 4 you see on that slide. This property was actually at number 2. Contract rents, actual rents were below market. And had the engagement letter not required a fee simple appraisal, just appraise the property, the appraiser would have gotten into all this leased fee and fee simple. That's what they found out when they finally went to the first appraiser and said, why did this come in so high? First appraiser said, you told me to do fee simple. I had to assume market rents. Your property's not at market rents. Go to another appraiser, just leave it open. The appraiser talked about number 2. Said, under lease fee, your value's a little bit lower. If they get everything up to market rents, here's your value. Now you pick, what's your official value for lending purposes, which isn't hard to do. But so some of these subtle issues are the not usual suspects, quoting the movie, that can steer an appraisal in a weird direction. It has nothing to do with comps and things really, or cap rates that are really easy for us to find. So to finish this up and get us to lunch and get us to a little bit better stopping point, you do have another fill-in for leasehold. So top of page 46 is fee simple. Bottom of page 46 is leased fee. Top of page 47 is leasehold. And that's what you've got when you've got a ground lease or one of these build-to-suits sometimes, is the leasehold interest. It's the owner's, it's the interest that the tenant has. And I show you how really this emerged. And the bank I worked for, when Outback was exploding around this country, we had a policy that said if that restaurant's on leased ground, we're not going to touch it. Leased ground loan documentation is incredibly detailed and very complicated, and we just weren't doing them. And we were missing all these chances to do Outback steakhouses, because the normal restaurant idea was to own the land and sell food. Outback said, you're just selling blooming onions. So anyway, we changed and we started handling ground leases, figured out the complicated legal documentation, loan documentation. So leave you with a way to think about the property identification and ownership interest. Just make it a formula. In theory, fee simple is partitioned into leased fee and leased hold. The overall ownership is what the landlord retains after the lease is over, the leased fee, and the ownership rights of the person that is leasing the property. Good stopping point. So we're going to pick up on page 48 when we come back from lunch. I'm going to give you to 12:35. Since we're a couple minutes past 12 proper, I'll put that on the screen. We'll restart after lunch at 12:35. And I hope everybody has a good break. Uber Eats is not going to show up at your location. Usually we have a nice lunch there in Lansing, but this time it's remote. So grab something quickly and we'll restart at 12:35. Stephanie, do you have any announcements or anything? Not hearing anything. All right, welcome back everybody after our lunch break. We're a minute or so past 12:35. Hope you had time to do something, and we will pick back up on page 48 of our handout, continuing along the lines of what I mentioned prior to lunch, the not usual suspects that can sometimes steer your appraisal into an interesting direction. And it doesn't have anything to do with the usual suspects that are typically our banker strengths, things that we look at, such as the cap rate, some of the vacancy rate on the property, and some of those things that we deal with routinely in the underwriting and monitoring of our commercial real estate credits. And some of these things can actually, to keep relating this to the residential side, can make a subtle difference in the residential appraisal as well. So you have a standard part of every appraisal. It's more standardized, and you'll generally see it more the same from report to report on the residential side. But it's the assumptions and limiting conditions. I'm going to first talk about the general assumptions that are more or less standard language in most of the reports that particular appraisal or appraisal firm might give you. It's a lot of just qualifiers that say, you know, we've got to talk about certain things in this report where we are not the ultimate expert. They're not an attorney. We're going to talk about matters of title or the legal description and things that maybe would, for your closing documents, you need an outright legal opinion. But we're going to talk about those things. We're not lawyers. We're going to talk about the size of the property. We're not a surveyor. There's a lot of we're going to talk about whether we think the property's in a flood zone or not. We're not your flood certification expert for the bank. We've got to talk about those things to get to the value of the property. And so you can't really use our opinion and skip your loan documents or working with your expert, is essentially what they're saying. And so, you know, a good question that's come up in some of my programs is, okay, Richard, so the appraiser doesn't think it's in a flood zone and we run the flood cert and it is. Well, back to what I shared with you prior to lunch, maybe a back and forth email to the appraiser. Hey, we found out later that some of the property is in a flood zone. Would that or would that not have made any sort of significant difference in the appraised value you gave us some time ago? So, or, you know, a month, maybe a couple of weeks ago, and now we're closing the loan. So that's pretty much standard things that just without doing that, the appraiser would have a hard time doing their job. What we need to dial into are the extraordinary assumptions and hypothetical conditions. They're going to be clearly disclosed, meaning they're going to be laid out for you. I guess where I don't see consistency in reports is any sort of heading that tips you off that it's an extraordinary or hypothetical. Sometimes I see headings, sometimes I don't. And I don't see a huge volume of appraisals. I see enough appraisals as I work on different projects with banks. So it's something to look for. You may have to sort of find them on your own if they're not grouped and organized with some sort of heading in the report. So, and it's a good question back to the appraiser if you don't really understand what it's trying to tell you. So what is an extraordinary assumption? And the actual definition of what's an extraordinary assumption changed a little bit. The old assumption, which I thought served pretty well, was something that's true about the property that if you found out later it was false, it would really alter the appraiser's opinions and value conclusions. Something that's presently true, but if that status were to change, it would obviously have a major impact on or significant impact on the value. After the USPAP revisions, an assignment specific assumption as of the effective date that if it was found false. So they kind of changed the wording. You know, this is something not just previously known about the property, but actually true as of the assignment date. Great example in an article, appraising a gas station as if it were free and clear of environmental issues. If that's all that you know, and the property is, you know, it's been looked at, the underground storage tanks and everything are fine per your state environmental agency, and that's all you know is that it's clean, you pretty much got to appraise it as clean. Obviously, if it's got environmental contamination, the value would change. So maybe a way to think about these extraordinary assumptions is that these are really significant assumptions that would be significant to the value. And there are assumptions you got to make if they are consistent with what you truly know right now as of the report date, the effective date about the property. Versus a hypothetical. It's contrary to what really now exists. but you have to assume it really to do the analysis you're trying to do. So let's take that same gas station, and it's contaminated, but you assume it's free and clear. And so maybe you have a transaction that's not going to happen until the phase 2, phase 3, and different environmental things are done, and then someone's going to buy the property. Then that's probably, you have to make that assumption in the appraisal. Think about a hypothetical we ask for all the time, and that's to be constructed. That's a hypothetical. That's the property doesn't exist right now. You're assuming it's going to be built for appraisal purposes. So making the assumption may or may not be bad. Just depends on the situation. Maybe another common example in addition to construction is assuming a zoning change. But anyway, it does conflict with giving you the as-is market value. So you probably, if you see some hypotheticals, you need to double, kind of circle back around, if that's the right phrase, and make sure that you're really getting the as-is status of the property. So a lot of these assumptions make sense, but you need to make sure you find them all. And I know I was guilty of, probably earlier in my career, just not really paying attention to the assumptions and limiting conditions. They seemed like so much boilerplate, so much fine print, and they weren't the usual suspects. So once again, just things that maybe in a compliance checklist aren't going to be a big issue, but when you get into a technical review, these things take on a much bigger profile in the grand scheme of things. As sort of a pause between two complicated things, the idea of assumptions and limiting conditions, and then the whole idea of highest and best use. Just a short piece. Don't take for granted area and economic data. Again, it's probably something as bank reviewers we don't spend a lot of time on, because we generally know the area and the economy of the different projects we're doing, even if it's technically out of your market, but for a good reason. But do pay attention to it, because it can, depending on how positive it is versus how negative it is, it's one of those things that can steer the ultimate outcome of the value in interesting ways. My problem with area and economic data in some reports is that it's a little bit stale. Sometimes it doesn't really drill down deep enough to sub areas in larger markets or truly competitive areas within a market. Sometimes the preponderance of data may be from an overly positive resource like the local chamber of commerce, and it's their job to promote the area and show you the best statistics. And you can say that property values point to point since 2018 have maybe gone up a little, but you miss the extreme up and down we had during the pandemic, and then the down in pandemic, and then the 24% increase in 2021. So sometimes if you really focus more on the more recent trends, the numbers are very different than some of the 5-year or 10-year averages. And then a final comment is, this is one area in the report that maybe can be a little bit cookie cutter, because if you're doing an extensive appraisal for a property in the Lansing area, whether it's an apartment, whether it's industrial warehouse, whether it's office, some of the aggregate statistics for the state of Michigan and the metro area that Lansing's in are going to be the same regardless of property type. So there can be an element of repetition and cookie cutter from report to report in this particular section. That being said, if you move to the next page, page 50, I'll come to the area that probably deserves more slides than I've given it, and probably should be the least cookie cutter part of the whole report. Maybe, it's hard to say because I never really thought about it in percentage terms, but I would say probably a third or half of the appraisers I interacted with in my lending career and in senior positions, a high number of those good appraisers said, everything starts with my highest and best use.
That's interesting. So there's actually a lot of complication to it. And you can go to the bottom of this slide if you want to, and it probably says everything I need to tell you. The highest and best use should probably match the complexity and size of the property more than any other section of the report. If you've got a complicated high dollar property, this should be a fairly robust, if I could use that word, narrative. So it looks alarmingly simple because I've got it boiled down to one slide, and I try to keep things simple and practical in these courses, but it's got 4 key areas. One is what is physically possible, so the slope of the land. Some of your multi-story buildings are going to do soil sampling and things to make, drill core samples and things to make sure that the ground can hold the weight of the building. That's a physical limitation. Rocks in the soil. A lot of things limit what you can do physically with a property. You also have to be aware of what's legally permissible, and that's your zoning. A lot of cities have building height restrictions. There may be it's a very popular thing. It's really growing around the country is to put limits or put covenants in the deeds that limit the use of a property in the future. So what's legally permissible have a lot of influence on what you can do financially. They can add a lot of costs. Then there's other financial factors depending on the design and what the architect's trying to do. So then finally, the idea of what is the most productive way to make money off the property. And really all 1, 2, 3, and 3 all affect what you can do that's the maximum return on the property, if you want to think about it this way. Now, the good news is most of your customers, in residential, being a residential house, kind of goes without saying. On the commercial side, fortunately, most of your customers are dealing with these 4 items anyway, and they're wanting to make the most money anyway. So I've rarely seen, and it rarely comes up in my programs, any sort of mismatch between what your customer's trying to do and what the appraiser thinks is highest and best use. So in a way, while it's very important for where it steers the appraiser to go, if it is consistent with what our customer's trying to do, it's probably not a very big issue. Now, the things that can get discussed in there might raise some risk areas that you haven't thought of in your underwriting. So I still would make sure I go through the highest and best use analysis. So you've got all 4 of those factors, and then what really I think makes it the most complicated from my viewpoint is doing it with 2 different types of property status, the vacant and as improved, which can really be different in certain situations. So without going extensively deeper into a complicated area, I just think we should, back to, if you demand good work from the appraisers, they're probably going to give it to you. I mentioned that earlier. I think if you're demanding and really pay attention to the highest and best use, it's going to connect to something that's apparently ultra important on their end, maybe more important on their end than it is on our end. We just want a loan that's going to repay itself. We want to borrow with integrity. Whether it's the best thing you can do with that property may not be the biggest issue in our minds, but I just want to clue you in. It's a huge issue on the appraiser's end. So if you had an appraiser that did a good report, you liked the number you got and didn't see a lot of errors or anything, and so you think you don't have a lot to talk about, this could be an area where you could have a nice short discussion with the appraiser and kind of learn their thought process a little bit better, and it's going to make you a better reviewer. So I usually in the first part of a class like to get through all this and save all the approaches to value. We were close. It took about 10 or 15 minutes after lunch to get us to this magic spot where we're going to now shift gears and go into the usual suspects, the things that we're most familiar with. And similar to highest and best use, cost approach probably deserves more than two whole slides, but it's not that hard to explain. What you really do is you estimate the cost to reproduce the building and improvements as closely as you can, and you take away the depreciation. That's one thing I think bankers, we don't really understand well enough, and it's one of the focuses of these slides. Take away the depreciation, add the value of land. The land is probably going to have comps in its own little section, and that deserves review. Are those accurate comps? That type of thing. The theoretical idea of the cost approach is that why would you pay more for a property than what it would cost you to build it? And I get that, except I've had situations where customers didn't have the ability to wait around for construction to finish. They needed the property now. And that might distort things a little bit. Other than that, it's a reasonable question for the appraisal to answer. I've been asked in some programs, okay, it's near the end of the day. You need to get home or get somewhere, so you can't stay around and really look at the appraisal. But if you could just spend a few minutes with it and hit some high points so that you can organize your thoughts and reattack the appraisal tomorrow or Monday, what would you look at? And one of the things I would go to early on, I would just kind of see the depth and sort of the robustness of I wouldn't read the whole thing, the highest and best use compared to how complicated the property is. That's probably the first thing I would look for. Second thing, I just scan the assumptions and limiting conditions to make sure there's not something really unusual in there that might steer the whole appraisal. And probably the next thing I'd look at is the cost approach, and just look at the depreciation section, because that's really where the appraiser's expertise and opinion comes into play. And then I probably look at a couple things in the income approach to value. Look at the cap rate, look at vacancy rate. Then I'd probably skip on over to, I wouldn't spend a lot of time on the comps yet. I'd probably skip on over to the reconciliation of value. And most of your income producing properties are going to the wording is going to tell you that the ultimate value is heavily predicated on the income approach. Makes a lot of sense. So why is Richard focused on the depreciation? And again, it's because for me, it's really where the subjectivity, the appraiser can push a property value a little bit high and low with something as just, it seems harmless, the depreciation. And it's more than what we think about from an accounting standpoint. From an accounting standpoint, it's more the physical deterioration, the wear and tear on the property. And so that's what we, as bankers, we sort of focus on. From an appraisal standpoint, there's some other issues. Some properties simply aren't as functional as others. I was in a building yesterday that had two pretty big open rooms for training purposes, but if you noticed where the studs and where the ceiling dividers were, should that space need to become individual smaller rooms, it'd be very easy to do. There was a drop ceiling. You could run cables anywhere you want to run them. It looked like a space that could be reconfigured fairly easily. The people in the room didn't have trouble getting cell signals and things. I'm sometimes in buildings doing presentations and programs where the walls are so thick or the glass is so heavy, people can't get cell signals. There's just a lot of that. You have to think about what makes space functional as well as adaptable. So functional obsolescence as well as economic or locational obsolescence. I do programs similar to this that I do in Michigan for your neighbors to the south in Indiana. And Indianapolis has a new airport as of, I think, 10 years ago now. And it's fascinating to watch the slow deterioration and economic obsolescence of the properties that were at the old interchange where you used to go into the airport. The airport moved to contiguous property, but it's a different interstate exit. And it's just interesting to watch, sad to watch how the properties have gone down at the older interchange that's not used as much for the same purpose it had for so many years until they moved to the airport. And so you've got a lot of factors that come in beyond our accounting concept of physical deterioration. So I'll just look at them, make sure they aren't unreasonable or extreme enough to do some of that steering I keep mentioning that can, from the usual suspects, this is a cost approach usual suspect that can do some steering, but isn't quite as much one of the numbers and usual suspects we look at. The other limitation has always been there will always be a lag on these prices. And even though most of the services that appraisers use, one of them is mentioned on the slide, the Marshall Valuation Service, they're all electronic, they're all regionalized. It's impossible to keep up with some of the price increases and gyrations that have gone on in the most recent couple of years. So the appraisal typically uses the cost approach because it's just a traditional one of the big three approaches to value. It's not always the best indicator of value. It helps. Market participants don't always just base their total decision on cost to build, as I mentioned. So that doesn't, a lot of times it doesn't dominate their purchase decision, and it's not really required by USPAP. USPAP just says, if appropriate, it needs to be considered. If not, it needs to be explained. Our 14 points of FIREA essentially say the same thing. So Richard's effort to make all this review work contributed to the bank lending process. We pay a great deal of attention to economic useful life or the depreciation schedule when we make equipment loans. We're real careful on that. Somehow that's not jumped over to real estate. And in most of your commercial appraisals, they're going to do really the same thing. What's the estimated economic useful life of this property? And have we ever used that as really the reason for doing, instead of a 15-year amortization, a 20-year amortization? Or instead of a 20-year amortization, instead of 25-year amortization? So maybe if we paid more attention to this disclosure that's in the appraisal, it might help us do a better job of having a stronger basis on the amortization we're offering the customer, other than just making it easier for them to make the payment so we can make the deal. Tip number 2, I do a great bit of construction loan administration training around the country, and questions come up in programs. What's everybody else in the room doing in terms of having a cost and plans and specs review by a third party? At what size do you do that? And I'm always reminding the classroom, if you have your appraisal on that property, you order an appraisal, you've already got a cost and plans and specs review. That's essentially what the cost approach has done for you. So I think we forget we already have an attempt at what the cost would be via your appraisal. The question becomes, that other third party you might use, how good is their report versus what your appraiser has done? And not having seen your appraisals, not having seen what you would order as a third party plans and specs and cost review, I don't know which one's better, and you may need to order the third party review. Your appraisers may not be doing a very good job. But I have seen situations where the work the appraiser does is as good or better than what you would get from another third party. So you've already got a cost review if you're under construction from your appraisal. So now the fun part. Probably the whole centerpiece of what we're going to do this afternoon and the approaches to value and all these components is really the income approach to value on a commercial appraisal, because most of the commercial projects our banks finance and members of the Michigan Bankers Association finance are income producing properties. So I think by rights, the income approach to value should dominate that final reconciliation of value by the appraiser. So there's really two things you can do. There's two approaches or two methodologies within the income approach to value. One is called discounted cash flow. It's very popular with residential subdivisions or other kinds of properties that sell individual units over time, over a couple years or so, sell residential lots, sell apartments that have been converted into condominiums, that type of thing. And there's an appendix that gives you a mathematical example of discounted cash flow. For most of your properties, you've got a building that's being rented out, and direct capitalization is more appropriate. So that's really the focus of our course today. You take a single column of numbers. This is all direct capitalization is. You take a single column of numbers that represents a typical year in the short term. Typical year in the short term. This year is not the year of the data you put together is not necessarily 2023. It's not necessarily 2024. It's not necessarily 2025. It could be any one of those 3 years. If you could somewhat average that out into what a typical year would bring you. So you've got the least fee simple, is everything kind of at market anyway? Do I need to explore? I might do a second run of certain numbers if we're not really at market. I'm going to have to talk about, if I'm the appraiser, depending on the amount of pre-leasing that happens, how long it'll take for this property to rent up towards what we call stabilization. We'll define that for you in just a moment. I've got to project what we think vacancy will be in the future, which has a lot to do with where we are now and what trends have been. What are typical or actual operating costs that are going to be experienced? Absent the depreciation, which is a non-cash charge. Absent the interest expense, not because I'm trying to do a bank debt coverage ratio. We add back interest to eliminate double counting. The appraiser rarely puts interest expense into the income approach because not all properties get purchased with a loan. So not all properties have interest expense. The appraiser's not entirely certain what the financing would be. They have a good guess, and they're going to use that more for cap rate purposes. You'll see in our example in a few minutes. But they are going to include operating costs such as management fees. They're going to create reserves for certain cost structures that are highly volatile from year to year. It's hard to average them out. They're going to take that bottom line cash flow number, that representative year, and capitalize it, which all that is dividing it by a capitalization rate. NOI divided by the capitalization rate gets you the estimated value of the property. So the basic steps, the first step in so many things in life can be the most difficult, and it is somewhat in this process because you have to come up with the top line rental number, usually called gross potential income or gross potential rents. And oftentimes the appraiser can get the rent roll information from the customer, and this is pretty easy to do. The hard thing for us as bankers is we're so accustomed to grabbing numbers off tax returns. This number is not on the Form 8825 tax return schedule. So we have to build it ourselves. You see the formula, numbers of units times the rent per month times 12, build a chart. There's so many 5x5 self-storage units, 5x10 self-storage units, build a chart. Or get the customer's internal software that does essentially the same thing. So many 1-bedroom apartments, so many 2-bedroom apartments, things like that. But we have to build it. The appraiser has to build it. For us, it doesn't come from a natural resource we like to use called a tax return. The next number in the chart, we'll go through an example in a moment, is a vacancy factor. for historical analysis and to really build this potential year, this theoretical year, we have to start with that gross potential income or gross potential rents that was built above or used from customer direct data. And then we subtract what is labeled gross rents on the tax return. So it all works from this chart. You essentially work backwards to determine the historical vacancy from whatever data you're working from. And so notice on this chart how on Form 8825 that S Corps and LLCs file, your individual's file Schedule E, this data is not on it. It's shaded out. So what we end up doing is taking either the rents received or it's called gross rents. There's no effective or potential in there on Form 8825. Those come over here and give us the after vacancy dollars, rental income dollars. So what we can do, we've built this number, so we can do the math, reverse engineering, whatever, and solve for the vacancy as a dollar amount over time, over a whole year or whatever period your data has. Oh, but Richard, I can get the rent roll and they're 25% vacant today. I know, but that's just one day. Isn't it better to know how vacant they were multiple days? And that's essentially what this process is showing you. Vacancy over time is much more powerful than vacancy on one particular day. So with that step resolved, we now have to think about, we have the historical number, what's been happening the most recent year, 2 years, whatever data you have. Now the challenge the appraiser has is what's that trend versus what's going on in the market. And if this property is above or below market consistently, why? As bankers, we have another complicating factor because you have a preference that your bank has established in your loan policy as a minimum you want to show for vacancy that's probably based on historical track records very heavily. Now we have two types of vacancy. Everybody gets physical vacancy. The one that's very, very difficult and is to fill in for you on page 53 is economic vacancy. That's what happened in the pandemic. It happens in a lot of economic recessions. You have people in the space, but they're not paying. Or they've been granted a great big rent concession, or they did pay and the check bounced. Versus just totally empty and nobody's home, nobody's paying. That one's pretty easy. But the tough one's the economic vacancy, and that's why most of your appraisers call it vacancy and credit loss. The credit loss is the economic vacancy. So you can't just drive by and look at blank spaces and say that's vacancy. You could have a space where the lights are on and somebody's in there, but they're not paying rent or they've been granted a huge rent concession. So stabilization. Ideally, a property is fully rented, we make a loan. Real world, that doesn't always happen. So the first step to understand stabilization is that it occurs, or stabilization is a point that is reached when the property is rented up to market occupancy levels. So if in your market right now, market level of vacancy for apartments is 10%, you are realized at 90% occupancy. So it's really 100% minus market vacancy gives you stabilization. So before I get to the appraisal issues, why does this matter? And that is because there's a disparity somewhat between business tenant properties and consumer tenant properties. Consumer tenant properties rarely get a lot of pre-leasing ahead of the financing or ahead of construction. And that's because consumers have a hard time giving a landlord money for an apartment that hasn't even been built yet and won't be available for a year. Consumers don't like to do that. Consumers don't want to rent a hotel room for a hotel room that's never been for a hotel that's not even been built yet. On the flip side, a retailer or a company would likely rent office space or rent retail space that hasn't been built yet, but commit to it a year or so in advance and give somebody money. So some of your property types get extensive pre-leasing that the landlord or developer wants and the bank wants, and the bank's not even going to entertain any kind of loan till you get a certain amount of pre-leasing, if not total 100% pre-leasing. That is next to impossible most consumer properties. Unless it's college housing in a great location or something real unusual, consumer tenant properties do not get significant pre-leasing. So it's important from a loan structure perspective to not ask for that full loan payment until the property gets truly full. And that's what the rest of this slide addresses. The appraiser can help you determine what a stabilized occupancy level really is. How long after construction will it take to get there? If it's a business property with 100% pre-leasing, people move in, start paying rent within weeks of construction, of completion of construction. No big deal. If it's an apartment, self-storage, hotel, it may take a while to hit stabilization. And that's going to have everything to do with supply and demand of space for that property type and what the absorption rates are. So a lot of confidence, I mean, if it's a to be constructed property, the stabilization point's fairly important. That could even be important for a property that has been damaged and repaired and has to restabilize its occupancy. There can be stabilization scenarios in a lot of situations. So you've got a couple of slides that I won't go into all the details, or you've got a slide that mentions several factors that I'm going to kind of address as we go through the case. You've got space for some notes. So let me start with the management fee. This is an item that, whether or not the appraiser uses it, banks have different opinions on whether we underwrite to the management fee. So let's leave those behind for a moment and let's talk about what's the appraiser going to do. And the appraiser is going to center their decision on, would a typical purchaser for this kind of property in this market engage a management company? It really doesn't matter what the current owner is doing. What matters more is, what would a typical owner do? The cost to maintain a property, sometimes they're major, sometimes they're minor. And the biggest problem we have doing our underwriting is the fact that they go up and down a good bit. They're a roller coaster from year to year. The appraiser sees the same thing. So the appraiser tries to step back and say, if I could average that number out and just have a fictitious number year to year that's based on the average, that's where you get this type of reserve. It's got different names: reserve for replacement, maintenance reserve. I see different names. It's all the same thing. In a typical or average year, how much would they spend? And so even though you're not going to put on another roof for 10 years or 15 years, if I could annualize that cost, I'm going to build it into this reserve, and I'm going to start the day construction's finished to put in the reserve for stuff, repaving the parking lot, replacing the roof down the road. You have costs to release the property. So as leases come due and you go out and find new tenants, you go out and get new tenants, you have marketing costs, you have leasing commissions. If you would typically engage a leasing company, you might do some minor TIs, tenant improvements, things like paint and carpet to the space to get it rented. That's another very volatile expense item. A multi-tenant property could go for a whole year and not any leases rolling over, no new tenants. They don't spend really anything on release and rollover costs. Then the next year, 4 out of the 6 tenants roll over or change. They spend a bunch of money on paint and fix up. They pay out leasing commissions. They bought ads to advertise the vacancy. Suddenly you've got a lot of release and rollover expense. So once again, the appraiser's trying to smooth all of that out and come up with a consistent year-to-year number. It can be an amount per square foot. It can be some sort of rule of thumb. In fact, some of the general expense levels can be expressed as a rule of thumb. You'll see some rules of thumb in our short example in a minute. So we get a bottom line number called net operating income. It's not necessarily the entire cash flow of a property, or it may not match the cash flow of your current owner, but it's the typical cash flow of a typical owner, not accounting for interest expense or taxes or depreciation. It can even be done in a per square foot format. That appears to me to be more prevalent in our larger properties and our larger markets. Everything's done by per square foot. So the appraisers are done. They've got their cash flow for market value purposes. They're not trying to do a debt coverage. So things that might further influence a debt coverage, such as distributions to owners or the current owner's above market management fee or things like that, may cause us to do a little more calculating to get the underwriting cash flow for debt coverage purposes. But from a value standpoint, the appraiser is generally done. So let's walk through this Huntsville Apartments case to give you an example. And it's straight from an appraisal. You've got some of the appraisal verbiage to look at, and we'll kind of walk through the numbers. It's about as simple as it can get. I had to go to an older appraisal to really I wanted to get a higher cap rate than what we are typically seeing these days, knowing that cap rates are going up a little bit. So from the appraiser's income approach, and this property had another interesting wrinkle to it, was the reason why I picked it. And of course, the name was changed to protect the innocent, right? So the appraiser says both a current rent roll and a pro forma have been provided by the current owner. Since I'm supposed to come at a supportive economic rent that the subject units are realistically capable of producing, then I think I've done that. These rents now being charged, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom, do fairly represent the local marketplace for similar units, considering size, location, amenities, etc. The current market area rental survey, I've talked to some other projects, confirmed the rent levels, and further, the subject units, the majority of the units of these different sizes are currently being leased, because in an apartment project, you sometimes have a lot of different rental rates going at the same time, depending on the time the lease was entered into. Do the leases automatically extend for a year without an increase, that type of thing. Since this is the sort of edge on this one that to me is somewhat of a hypothetical maybe, but it wasn't in the assumptions and limiting conditions. Since this project was only recently purchased as a result of foreclosure, and they're saying the foreclosure was basically due to poor management practices. So maybe the assumption is the quality of the property and the location isn't the issue. We had people that couldn't run it. This valuation will be based on the complex achieving an 85% occupancy level. Now, to me, that was somewhat of a hypothetical condition, which will require an infusion of capital for necessary renovation on those currently vacant units, as well as some additional expenditures, I guess, to the grounds or some of the amenities. And they cite what they think it might cost per unit to do this. Time required to get to 8. Here's your stabilization factor. So really, maybe it's not an outright hypothetical. They're saying to get stabilized at 85%, they're going to have to do some improvements. And it's going to take 8 to 10 months, assuming an orderly and diligent construction time, which in the recent 2 years may be a difficult assumption. And this can only be accomplished with sound and ongoing day-to-day professional management ownership practices. This is not the actual history of the property, yet the projected expense items in aggregate are reasonable and standard for local and similar property types. So the appraiser is using an 11.5% cap rate, which is going to be a key item. I wanted to pick a cap rate that's really outside. It's either below or above what you're probably seeing in today's market, just so you kind of get away from today's market and we focus on how all this process works. I want to be process focused in this income approach. So we're using 11.5% cap rate that will be at the bottom of this slide. Assuming we're at 85% is our stabilization, so market vacancy is 15. So be ready to drop in just 3 or 4 numbers on this chart to show you how the income approach works. The format of this can be a little bit different depending on the property type. I've found that apartments is as good a starting point as as anywhere to do this. It's Friday for me. I'm tripping up on some of the words. I know you guys are glad it's Friday. I am too. So let's fill out this brief chart at the bottom of page 56. At a 15% vacancy and credit loss, you've got $56,250 coming out for vacancy. Your gross effective rents or gross effective incomes, $318,750. Now, if this was an actual year and actual data, let me click a couple times. This would have been the number on the form 8825. You would have generated this number from the rent roll, and you would have solved for the 56,000. Just to do a historical year in your underwriting or an annual review, that type of thing. The leasing and management fee, the market rate would be either 9% of gross effective or some other metric. The appraiser is saying that in this market for this size apartment project, the management fee would probably be, a lot of management fees tend to be in the 5 to 6% range. It wouldn't surprise me to be 9. So at 9% of gross effective, the management fee would be $28,700. The actual current owners of this property may not be paying out a management fee. They may be self-managing. That's fine. The appraiser's job is to say what is the market value of this property? And the market value of this property is what a typical buyer in that market would do, not necessarily the current owner. If the current owner is paying a 20% management fee and a potential purchaser gets the numbers from that current owner, they're going to say, well, I only pay a 9% fee. They're going to change the 20% down to 9. And that's how they're going to value the property. Real estate taxes is pretty much real estate taxes. Now, it's been an issue in some markets where the appraisal was not consistent with what the purchaser ended up doing, because the appraiser can't really assume what the local government is going to revalue the property at for tax purposes. And that's happened some with properties that have appreciated in value. It's hard for the appraiser to know what the new tax level is going to be. and the new purchaser comes in, the property gets revalued for tax purposes, and they're paying significantly higher taxes, and the banker's saying, well, God, we're getting numbers that aren't anywhere close to the appraiser's income approach to value. And I don't see how the appraiser, I don't know that they know enough about how they just can't even begin to say if the property's reappraised for tax purposes, excuse me, what that number is going to end up doing. The next several rows in here are heavy on rules of thumb, just an amount per unit. I didn't bring forward for you the narrative from the appraisal, but there were several sentences, really a full paragraph on where some of these came from, how it was derived. It seemed like everything was reasonable. You can do per square foot, you can do per unit, you can do per door, per bed. Lots of ways you can do this. We're going to fill in so you see how the math works, the general maintenance and repairs. So you've got how many units were in this? I'm trying to look back in the narrative for the number of units in the apartments. It worked out to 400 per unit. So that gets us to the 72 units that were in this project. The reserves for capital expenditures. Now on this one, the reserves for release and rollover were actually, it's a little bit unusual. A lot of times they're broken out separately, but one reason the 9% was a little bit higher was that it included leasing costs. So you take a 5 or 6% management fee that may be more typical for outright management. Then you've got leasing commissions and TI and things making up for another 2 or 3% for that 9% of gross effective income. That's not always the way you see that, but it's a legitimate way to do it. The other major reserve you typically see is for larger expenditures. It's going to be 200 per unit, which works out to 14,400. Rather than a rule of thumb, the appraiser just went with actual real estate taxes, actual legal and accounting costs, and came up with an aggregate number of 157,600, which works out to about 2,200 per unit. So we subtract 157,600 from 318,750. We get an NOI of 161,650. $161,650 divided by 11.5% and rounded gives us the estimated value for the income approach. There's still the cost approach and the comps of $1,000,004. So we're about at the halfway point of our afternoon section. I am going to give you a full 10-minute break here. We'll come back at 1:40, and I'll leave this up while we go to break. We'll come back and talk about cap rates themselves. We'll look at the sales comps, and we'll see either by your chat questions or whatever else, do we want to go into some of the appendix items, or we'll see just how much time we have, see what questions you have. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back. Nobody's dropped anything in chat, but please do. During this break, we'll take questions and we'll move into something I have to catch my breath for, and that's explaining cap rates to you. So I'm going to stop the recording and we'll come back in about 10 minutes. Welcome back after our final break for today's program. And we have finished up just a brief example of the income approach to value. There's lots of formats. Different property types can have different formats. Even different appraisers prefer different formats for different property types. But these are the basic items that get covered in a typical income approach to value. Areas of particular interest for the banker are the interest rate, excuse me, not the interest rate, the vacancy rate that the appraiser wants to use. It needs to be supported. These are items. I always get the question, well, how do you know to agree with the vacancy rate or not? And a lot's going to depend on the concisely worded sentence or two that the appraiser gives you that explains the interest rate or explains the fact that in this particular format, the leasing and the leasing and rollover costs were wrapped into the management fee, which is not an unusual thing to do, but not what I would argue would be the most normal thing you would see in the income approach to value. The appraiser is going to need to explain to you what rule of thumb makes sense or not. And this idea of using it per unit makes a lot of sense for apartments. It may not make sense for a big office building where it might be better to do this per square foot. There's a lot of different ways you can do this. But the general format where you have the gross potential income, the operating expenses, the NOI, the cap rate, all are somewhat the same. So it brings up the question, in this particular instance, the appraiser used an 11.5% cap rate. I would argue that unless the Fed does a lot more increasing of interest rates in the next few months, I don't know that you're going to see a lot of 11.5% cap rates, but you could in certain isolated instances. So coming in to the approaches to value, we discussed how you have really two formats. You've got discounted cash flow, you have an appendix on that, versus direct capitalization, which is what we just showed. Under direct capitalization, you utilize a cap rate. Well, there's three approaches to value. There's two formats within the income approach. Within the direct capitalization format, you've got multiple ways to come up with a cap rate. Are you not surprised? What tends to dominate the appraisals that our banks have, the types of banks I interface with there in Michigan, it seems like what you dominantly see driving the cap rate as a resource is called market extraction, which is really just a complicated way of saying, I've looked at several recent sales of properties, and here's the built-in cap rate. I'll show you how that works in a slide in a moment. Also popular is just going to websites. You've got CoStar, you've got Cushman and Wakefield, you've got a lot of websites that you can subscribe to or get for free certain cap rate data. There's some downsides to how you use that data if you're not careful, but that's another legitimate resource. What is a great teaching tool is called bands of investment. It's sometimes called the mortgage/equity method because that's the two primary bands that finance the types of properties that banks are active in financing. So how does it look? I use another case in some of my training that some of you may have attended. I've done some real estate cash flow courses there in Michigan. The Smith Apartments case, in that case, we use a 10% cap rate just for calculational purposes. We could have done it with Huntsville Apartments. So in the Smith Apartments case, it's a loan that's been in place for a few years. The current loan balance is pretty close to 60% of the value. So you got more of a 60-40 loan to equity split, whereas you see 80-20 on the screen. And the customer's not actually paying an 8% interest rate. It's a little bit lower than that. But the cost factor for the interest rate's a little bit higher. And the biggest thing from this chart is several things I'm going to mention. Number one, as a lender, in many instances, when I would hear my property investor, my borrower, talk about a cap rate, it sounded like they were talking about this number that I've got in bold and italics. They'll say, Richard, well, the cap rate, that's what I want to make off the property. Well, really, they're saying things in a weird way because really they're talking about the money they want to make off their down payment, that equity. And in this particular case, Smith Apartments is valued at about $1 million. So you're going to put 200,000 into it. I want to make 20%. And they talk about that in terms of the cap rate. Well, you're really making 10% when you combine the fact you're paying 8% on a loan. And so there's a lot of confusion out there. So several things that come out of this whole bands of investment weighted average chart. First of all, the weighted average factor is the cap rate. In fact, sometimes it is called by many appraisers, just to clarify and make sure you realize it's the entire chart. It's not unusual to see an appraiser call it the overall rate, or sometimes the OAR. The overall rate is 10.4%. Some appraisers prefer to call it the overall rate, not necessarily the cap rate. They're really the same thing. So let's look at these factors. Smith Apartments, as I mentioned, is paid down to about 60-40. So why does this chart use 80-20? Smith Apartments is paid down. It's really about 60% loan to value right now. Well, we have to understand the appraisal is trying to determine current market value. What would somebody pay for these apartments? And what somebody pays is dependent partially on, yes, there's some cash transactions, but typically they're going to finance it. You're going to see some wording from the Huntsville Apartments case in just a minute. So it's up to the appraiser to understand if someone were to buy Smith Apartments today, they would typically get 85-15 financing, or 80-20, or 75-25. Whatever of those numbers is appropriate goes in there. Not what the actual borrower is getting, but what a typical borrower would get. 80-20, 85-15, 75-25, whatever it is. Each of those ways to fund the property have a cost. The 8% is technically called a mortgage constant. If you know the amortization and the interest rate, you can calculate this. If not, you somewhat have to guess. And it's probably going to be close to the 5-year interest rate that would be quoted by most banks, not necessarily the bank behind this transaction, plus about 1 and 1.5% to get you to what technically the mortgage constant is. So in this case, if Smith Apartments, the borrowers would be at somewhere around 6.5%, whether that's what your bank quoted or not. Or if it's probably a 20-year AM, you'll see the math in a minute. We'll probably come up to somewhere a little bit north of 6.5%. You do the weighted average factor of 6.4. The most difficult thing in this whole chart is the 20%. It's sometimes called the equity dividend return. And it really, the best way I think to explain it to you is this. It's the minimum return on that $200,000 down payment for Smith Apartments. It's the minimum return I would require to get me motivated to go cash out a CD, sell stocks, sell cryptocurrency, whatever, and come up with $200,000 to invest in Smith Apartments. It's the minimum return, risk adjusted, liquidity adjusted, that I would demand to put my money in Smith Apartments. And not just what I would demand, what a typical investor would demand to put their money into Smith Apartments, risk adjusted and everything. So, yeah, in today's environment, I'm probably not seeing a 20% return in most of the stock market. I'm probably not seeing 20% on a CD yet, but a CD is pretty much risk-free. U.S. Treasuries are in the 3s and 4s. They're pretty much risk-free too. So I would probably take a lower return for a CD and U.S. Treasuries because they're risk-free. So what's my risk premium? if I put my money into commercial real estate, particularly these apartments, what extra return do I need to compensate me for the extra risk? What extra return is going to be small, maybe 1% or 2% that I demand, because a real estate investment is not all that liquid, meaning I can't get my money back out very fast. I got to turn around and sell it again. That may take months. And I don't know. In today's factor, we're going to see some 6.5% interest rates. Maybe the cost factor isn't all that unreal, but still, I don't know that it takes 20% to get me motivated to buy real estate right now. Returns on a lot of other assets, are even risk adjusted, are not that compelling. We're still in a relatively low historically interest rate environment. So that's one of the beauties of bands of investment. It's sort of, when you break it down to this weighted average chart, you see some things that just aren't very realistic in today's world to be as high as a 10.4% cap rate. Rework the math, maybe drive the 20% return factor, equity return factor, drive it down to 10 or something. Now you've got 2% on this row. Now you got an 8.4% cap rate. Theoretically, that makes a lot more sense. So let's wave a magic wand, and let's say that the 6.5% interest rate that gets us an 8% cost factor for the loan, and the 20% minimum return requirement for an apartment investor in the community that Smith Apartments is in is realistic as well. Let's say both those numbers are realistic given the current economy. Let's move these apartments to a giant market, a much larger set of apartments in a giant market, and let's look at what changes. Suddenly that cap rate goes down, that overall rate goes down a good 3%, maybe more. If the Smith borrowers are at 6.5%, these borrowers are probably more like 5% to get us a mortgage constant of around 6%. The equity risk premium is probably a little bit lower here over a risk-free return. These investors are happy with 10 or 12% risk adjusted over and above U.S. Treasuries or FDIC insured CDs. And what you consistently see for stronger investment, maybe you would call them lower end investment grade properties in large markets, is considerably lower cap rates than what you would see in a smaller market like Smith Apartments. So let's look at what our appraiser said in the Huntsville Apartments case. The selected cap rate of 11.5 is believed to properly reflect the various risk rewards inherent in the ownership of the particular property upon comparison to the yields you can get from other real estate and non-real estate investments. These owners could put their money into industrial warehouse. These owners could buy cryptocurrency. It's all competing for their down payment money. The overall rate, there you go, there's that wording, is based in part that a cash on equity return minimum of 15% would be required to attract a knowledgeable investor, and that a mortgage loan at 75% of market value could be obtained. This appraiser did not give us a weighted average chart, but in the narrative, here's your weighted average chart. Potential long-term financing would likely be amortized over 20 years at 7.75 or 8. Probably be a call provision in 5 years to reprice. I've got all the elements I need to compute a mortgage constant and to build a weighted average chart. So let's see what we can do. So the appraiser said probably get a 75% loan. So I can put in 75, 25 on the left-hand side. 15% equity minimum to get somebody to invest in this property. So I can finish the second row. Subtract that from 11.5, the top row needs to be 775. Let's do the math and solve for the cost factor that needs to be there and see how that works against the cap rate math. 10.3 times 0.75 gives you 7.75. So I sort of backed into this cost factor. And now let's use the elements for the formula of the mortgage constant and see how close we are. The calculated mortgage constant using a range of 1.4 million to 1.375 and 75% of that, because the appraiser said we could get 75% of market value. And so I took a range of 1.4 and 1.375 at the rates that were discussed, 7.75 and 8. And I calculated mortgage constants of 9.9 and 10, even though the factor in the chart's 10.3. So we're very close. Probably depends on rounding and how many decimal points I included in all my calculations. But that's really the bands of investment chart. Right there is what is behind all the narrative in the second large bullet point on this slide. If you're still new to cap rates and learning how cap rates work, come back to this, think through it, try to build the weighted average chart, for different projects you look at to kind of pull together the narrative that you typically see in. I wish there was a way this could just come on demand, but I have to click about 15 times to be able to use my touch screen. I think there's merit into being able to take that block of narrative and turn it into this weighted average chart. And I've got to erase everything. I'm sorry, I'm not doing my click buttons very well. There we go. So moving to page 59. Okay, which is all great. You've shown us, I kind of understand where the elements are. What does this do for me? And that's a great question. I'll never forget a senior level banker early in my career. We were on the commercial side starting to use purchase software, not just Excel spreadsheets to do spreads and things. And one of the senior bankers said, well, it's great that you guys can crank all these numbers and print all this stuff out. What matters more is what are you doing with it? It's one thing to print it all out. What are you doing with it? So what can we do with bands of investment? Well, first of all, I think it shows you in a striking way, just a very basic way, how interest rates and other things happening in the economy are going to affect cap rates. I can't tell you where the cap rate should be right now. What I can tell you is what's pushing it one way or the other. We've had interest rates go up. Obviously, when 75 or 80% of that overall rate is weighted towards the interest cost and interest costs go up, it's got to be pushing cap rates up. Cap rate up, property value down. Also, as investment returns improve across the board, bonds are stronger now, CDs are stronger now, the stock market's not as strong. Altogether, do all those forces, all those real estate and non-real estate investment yields, what are they doing to the return the investor wants on their down payment? And I think net of all the things moving around, I think there's more pressure to the upside for the investor to demand a higher return at a minimum because risk-free returns are higher. And right now, I think you could perceive that in general, the risk of real estate being a little higher. When you look at a broad index like the Green Street Index that went down 13% last year after going up 24% in 2021. I showed you with the first set of charts how some of your larger properties tend to command significantly lower cap rates. That's the problem with what I showed you as number 2 a couple slides ago, investor surveys, websites. Websites that give you cap rate data tend to be heavily skewed towards larger properties in larger markets. Number 3, you can work backwards and somewhat figure out where the investment world or investors for your particular properties really are. And it's essentially what we did with Huntsville Apartments, except solve for that 15% cost factor. You know what the mortgage constant is, you know what the LTV, the 75-25, you can rework that chart and sort of work backwards into what that investment demand is if you don't really have an idea of what it is. Well, we could do that, but I'll have to use Smith Apartments. But we could even do it with Huntsville. But we could set up an example of. Let me set that up for you, since I said an example will follow, and somehow I'm not seeing the slide in what we printed out. So you could take the loan band. Let's do this very quickly. Again, I apologize. You have to do about 10 clicks to be able to do this on Zoom. So let's take the loan band at 80%, the equity band at 20%. And I do know in a class pre-pandemic or right at the start of the pandemic, we had like a 6.5% example from the class. It was apartments, I think, in the state of Missouri for 6.5%. And so the loan at the time was probably around 4.5 or 5%. This was several years ago. So I think we had a mortgage constant of 6 at play, a little bit higher than the 5-year fixed rate. You saw that on an earlier slide. So this worked out to 4.8. And the bank that shared this example said we didn't get the loan, but we know the appraisal came in. We talked to the appraiser at about 6.5. Most of the banks in town were quoting around 4.5, 5%. So we estimated 6% mortgage constant. So the number here has to be a 1.7, right? And the shortcut, we're solving for this number. What's that magic equity return? The minimum it would take to get people to invest in this apartment project that wasn't in St. Louis or Kansas City, but it was in one of the mid-tier cities in the state of Missouri. And long story short, you multiply 1.7 by 5. That's where the 20% factor comes in. And it worked out to 8.5%. So think about pre-pandemic. Think about the stock market was doing pretty good, but CDs 1% or less, Treasury securities 1 or 2% or less, apartments in a mid-sized city, nothing huge, nothing investment grade. Would 8.5 be a reasonable minimum that investors would demand? That seemed like a pretty reasonable number at the time. So if you know what the cap rate really is, you have a rough idea what the interest rate is and what the financing scheme would be, you can solve and get an idea of what the investors for that property type in that market want as a minimum. I mean, I'd love to get 20%. I'd love to get 15% on any investment I have. The bigger question for the appraiser is, what's the minimum to get me into that vehicle? What's the minimum to get me into that type of investment? So you can do it for where your market is. Take a recent appraisal and do this backwards math approach. So what likely is happening behind the scenes, you got to have to get behind the narrative in these appraisals, is the appraiser's taking the market extraction that I mentioned when we opened the cap rate discussion. And they're taking 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 examples. USPAP doesn't demand 3 comps. USPAP just says you have to have sufficient comps. So it could be 4, it could be 15. I've got 3 on the screen. 3 good comps, similar properties. I know what they sold for. You know what they sold for. You have data, can come up with an NOI that's fairly reasonable. You can solve for the cap rate for 3 properties and come up with a cap rate conclusion, the market extraction. And then what most appraisers do is what I just scribbled on the screen in red. I come up with a reasonable bands of investment approach to see what that cap rate would be. And in times where cap rates are probably a little bit too high or a little bit too low from the market comps, the market extraction, the appraiser has the ability to bring them back down or boost them back up with the common sense theoretical bands of investment as a way to temper what might be some unusual sales in the market. And their narrative should guide you through all of this. It's not like you've got to figure it all out. This is where, as you learn to work or learn the reports that your appraisers in your market give you, this is where you begin to favor the appraisers that can walk you through these things better than others. I can clearly say in my years of approving credits, being on loan committees, I hope I'm one of the lenders that did a better job of explaining my deals than others, because I've read loan memos by some lenders. I've got to read it 4 times, and I still don't explain. I really don't understand what they really want me to do. Some lenders lay it out, and it makes it easy for me to make my decision one way or the other. So hopefully within the appraisers, you review their work, you know which ones do a better job of sort of laying it out, explaining it to you. You understand their logic and reasoning. There can be others. You may have to look at certain parts of the appraisal multiple times to really understand where they're coming from, what they're trying to tell you. So I'm going to leave you with a couple of charts so that as you watch interest rates unfold in the coming months, you can maybe have a better handle on what might happen to interest rates. There was an article, it's several years old now, a little bit of a curveball in the heading, in the headline. They said cap rates just above 5% and close to the triple B bond yield. If you notice in this particular graph to the right, they don't say triple B, they say BAA. So I had to pull out my bond references, and BAA is really the same thing as the triple B bond yield is Standard & Poor's. They're really they're equivalent, BAA and triple B. So I've got a blank in there, and I'm not even going to fill this one in for you. Your homework is, after this class is over, it's easy to do on your computer or your phone. Look up what the BAA rate is. Here's what it was almost a year ago. Spoiler alert, you're probably going to see a higher number, because it was a lot higher in June of last year as rates were going up versus look how low it was. It was in the 3s in 2020 and 2021. So investment grade real estate properties, lower end investment grade, these are going to be larger projects in your larger cities, will probably be somewhere close to the triple B bond yield. So you can look up Moody's BAA, you can look up Standard & Poor's triple B. The other chart you have is BlackRock. You can look up the 10-year Treasury. BlackRock says that the long-term average cap rate last 20 years is about 3 percentage points above the 10-year Treasury, which has been hovering around 3.5 in recent days. So a larger property in a larger market is going to be more at a 6.5% cap rate versus what we were seeing 5-6 years ago, cap rates down in the 3s and 4s, because 10-year Treasury was down in the 1.5, that type of range 5 years ago. There are pinch points on this slide where we had a recession and we didn't have that normal spread. But over time, for larger investment grade type properties that would go into commercial mortgage-backed securities or get financed by large insurance companies, those kinds of projects are probably going to be 3 over the 10-year Treasury. The 10-year Treasury is significantly higher than it was earlier than it was a year ago. The BAA or BBB, whichever one you want to pick, bond yield's a lot higher. So okay, Richard, that gets me to investment grade properties. What does it mean if I'm in a smaller market like Grand Rapids or Lansing or somewhere? You probably can start subtracting a 2 to 3%, add 2 to 3% to this number or the BAA number. This number plus 2 or 3%, the BAA plus 2 or 3%, to get to the types of cap rates you might be seeing in general in markets that aren't giant markets like a Chicago or a Detroit. And then there's going to be variation between apartments and self-storage and other kinds of property types. But this is where it really all starts, is just the ingredients that go into the decision to invest in real estate. And a lot of that decision, unless there's just a pure need by the investor to diversify for diversification's sake, it's all about the returns. And returns, the way the appraiser talked about it, of real estate assets as well as non-real estate assets. So let's talk about sales comps. This is how much treasuries went up last year. I mean, I took it out of your printed materials. It's a little dated. Then when I was going through the PowerPoints again yesterday, I thought, let's show that older treasury yield slide to show you where they've been. They're back down to about the 3.5% level. But treasuries edged up a good bit. And that's why some of the real estate experts that track have broad indexes and things think maybe the worst is behind us because treasury yields have somewhat topped out. So maybe cap rates have somewhat topped out. I couldn't say cap rate and top out at the same time. That just didn't want to come out of my mouth. So finish up with comps and see what you have questions on. Comps make a lot of sense. It's your heart and soul of the residential appraisal. So people that work with both bring a lot of strengths into the comp analysis when they do a commercial property, but they have blinders on. They have a problem that we need to cure. And that's really the biggest thing I want you to take away from the comp discussion today. Because it makes sense. Why would you buy something that's priced very differently than comparable properties? So I think we get so wrapped up in it, we forget to understand the process. So they collect a lot of data, the appraiser does. And then they do what they call arraying the data. I'm going to show you that with a very overly simple example. Then they price adjust to make them equal, which is somewhat of for some people, a backwards type of process. And then they'll rely heavily on an indicator of value and come up with a conclusion. So obvious questions that the appraiser should, even if it's brief, handle in their narrative. How did I pick the comps? How are adjustments supported? Did I focus on per square foot, per room, something like that, or per unit? What items cause these prices to vary? What are some examples, some for instances? And I need to have a sufficient number of properties. I need to argue, did they have enough? Then I want you to underline a couple of words in this last bullet point. It goes towards what I really want you to take home from this comp discussion today. Reasonable proximity or competitive market. Reasonable proximity. Spoiler alert. In the residential world, if one house is more than a mile from another house, you got a lot of questions to answer. On the commercial side, you're lucky to get hardly any comps within a mile that match anything else. Proximity is very different in a lot of your commercial situations, particularly if an equally competitive market is some distance away. Tuck that back in your brain for a moment as we go through a couple of examples. This is from, I can't remember if it was the Appraisal Institute or Appraisal Foundation. It's one of their educational pieces that just says, this is about as brutally simple as it gets. Here's our example of how and on the commercial side you do comps. So I call it the simple example. The first step always is arraying the data. What do I have? Put it in a chart. I've got a subject and 3 comps. We're going to look at dollars per square foot for the sales price, year sold, and the finished area. Now, looking at that chart, they don't have to tell me this is probably industrial warehouse when you have that small component of finished area. And I see what I'm going to mention and show you an even more vivid example in a moment. Every one of these comps, or most of your comps, are going to have a glaring weakness. Look at comp number 2. It's twice the size. Comp number 3 is half the size. What's going on? Well, it gives me a chance to tell you something that you may not have heard yet, but many appraisers are careful to do what they call bracketing. Meaning, on a couple of factors in the adjustment table, I'm not lopsided. I think that's the best explanation I've ever heard about bracketing. The appraiser doesn't want to have all the comps in this situation to be bigger than the subject. Comp 1 is bigger, comp 2 is bigger. So comp 3, I better get something smaller. If all of my comps are larger, that runs the risk of steering the ultimate cost a direction that it doesn't need to go. I'm not being fair. In residential, you probably see it in locational things. If there's a major thoroughfare that the house is near, you're maybe going to see most of the comps on the same side of the thoroughfare as your subject is, but they're probably going to pick one on the other side of the thoroughfare just to make sure. It's just a conscious effort to make sure you're not lopsided with your comps. Geographically, size-wise, date of sale, there are a lot of things that lend themselves to the comps. I mean, to the bracketing concept. And probably the finished area is about the same size for units 1 and 2 as it is for unit 3. It's just to have any kind of office space, that one's so small, it's a bigger percentage. But that's about as simple as it gets. You array the data, then you create your adjustment grid, and usually the subject disappears. And now you compare the 3 comps. Sometimes they rotate 90 degrees. The horizontal rows become vertical columns, and now you get your similars, inferiors, and things. And the percents down there are the finished areas just being repeated. From this brutally simple example in a very short article, the value reconciliation did something else I want you to look at and watch for in your comps. Assumptively increasing values of things just because time has passed. And so they took a representative 19 per square foot and rounded. And again, they've rounded up twice. Something to watch out for. Should we always, does time passing make value go up? Tricky example from Jacksonville, Florida. Property, this was a 2004 article. So this is well before we had any of the dynamics of 2008, 2009, or the pandemic or anything. SunTrust Bank building downtown, built in 1991 for $76 million. Hospital company bought it for $32 million. Sold in 2004 for $16 million. 13 years of time has passed? I don't know that we can assume value went up. So from a reputable appraiser in my market, locations and names changed to protect the innocent. An appraisal from back in 2015. No unusual market dynamics like we're having right now. All four, array of data, all four comps have a glaring weakness. You have a problem here. This is a general office building, multi-tenant in a sea of single tenant, one-story buildings. This one's 4 stories. So to get a comparable multi-tenant property, you had to go to one that was 3 or 4 times larger, comp number 4. Every one of these comparables has a glaring deficiency. So I use the phrase, when you look at commercial comps, it's an exercise in compromise. Commercial comps are an exercise in compromise. The most similar sized property that had any reasonable sale date closeness was in Birmingham, Alabama, 100 miles away. Hold on to that thought for a moment. So you've got different dates, different sizes. Again, the closest in proximity geographically to the subject. And I know the subject well. I was involved in the financing of the construction of that building. The closest, this is a more updated appraisal. The closest geographically to this building is comp number 3. That's so much smaller. And it's medical office, single tenant. But it was the largest of the sea of medical office that surrounded this general office building that had no medical tenants in it. Awesome location. Couldn't ask for a better location. It was just an outlier. It wasn't similar to the properties around it. The ultimate value of this is going to be a lot higher than the 600,000 or whatever we looked at in that brutally simple example. So we got more comps. We've got 2 sets of adjustment factors at play. The first set of adjustment factors are at the top of page 64. I managed to get them both those slides on the same page. So with property rights, the least fee simple, with financing terms, conditions of sale, time to sell was really the only factor that the appraiser made any adjustment on with these 4 comps. So we array the data, now we make adjustments. And the 8%, 10% was the difference in time that was now further worked out to the plus 802, the plus 726, the impact on the dollars per square foot, which was the unit of comparison the appraiser chose. Now we get to the chart that's similar to what you see in the residential appraisals. You've got all these factors. You have your inferiors, slightly inferiors. Some inferiors are 25, some are 20. You've got a superior that's -5. You've got a superior that's -10. Those ranges always, they just always made me uncomfortable. So about all you can do that I know to do, and it's what we do for a large amount in the residential side, is just look at this grid and hope that on any given row, individual adjustments are no more than 20 or 25%. And there's a few of those. And that the total adjustments that are down here are not are not 50 or higher. And we've got we've got this one outlier. It was hard to find. It's hard to find a multi-tenant anywhere close to this property geographically, anywhere, any time of any sort of recent sale in the last year or two. The takeaway, again, I want you to have is that the expectations we bring to the table for residential comps are almost impossible to meet in most of your commercial appraisals. If you're working both, you have to sort of rethink your approach to comps and separate what you demand. The tightness of residential comps, you're just not going to have in commercial comps. But look at this. You kind of scan through the value conclusion, and there's a couple of times where, well, first of all, things are expressed in a range, which I think is a very good way to do it. And there's some rounding down going on. Good for this appraiser. And you've got a property that's about 5 times the value of that ultra simple thing we looked at. And I think you can argue that the complexity of these adjustment tables and the numbers of factors that were adjusted is 4 to 5 times more complicated than that simple example. So that gives me the chance to just share with you some examples of ranging from brutally simple to maybe more real world. And again, it's a property that in today's world would probably be worth $5 million, easy, 5 to 6 million. Go back to 2015, a little bit short of 4 million. So it leads to one of the last slides. And most of you are thinking, oh, this is great. One of our last slides. Because Richard's out of time. We gave him 30 minutes of our lunch. Let's see. Most bankers, it is a challenge. Location, proximity, physical characteristics, recentness of transaction, they're incredibly tight on the residential side. Here's how you shift gears. You're just going to have to learn to shift gears from residential to commercial. The key factor for a commercial comp is to drop all the things in the first bullet point and step back and say, who is a typical buyer? This came from another article that said appraisers are essentially, this is not normally my language, appraisers are observers of buyers' actions. Identifying the typical buyer, typical purchaser, underpins all the other factors with comparable sales. It underpins some of the factors you're going to rely on in the income approach to value. So this limits the properties that truly compete against the subject for the buyer. All those other factors, proximity, physical characteristics, and recent transaction, refine the comps. So remember, I had you underline the words reasonable proximity, competitive market. Reasonable proximity, competitive market. Think of a large 400-unit apartment complex. Potential purchasers will likely be regional or national players, even real estate investment trusts. Now this affects the other comps you use. In the example I just shared with you, the property owner for the type of building that was being appraised in my market would easily shop and buy a property in Nashville, Tennessee, 100 miles to our north, or Birmingham, Alabama, 100 miles to the south. Happens all the time. That would be a competitive market and a reasonable proximity for that type of investor. Therefore, that is one of the reasons that drove that appraiser, upon discussing it with the appraiser, to make sure I could pick a comp in either Nashville or Birmingham. I need to, because property owners are in those markets interchangeably. I don't know that residential is quite as interchangeable. You're more neighborhood focused. What's a competitive market is a different thing probably in residential. It's probably broader in commercial. So from a practical standpoint, this opens the door to be more receptive to, if your appraiser says, I'm having trouble finding comps that are here in our city for this kind of property, you're not telling the appraiser they're wrong, but you can diplomatically do this. You can say, well, I'm kind of scratching my head. Who would a typical buyer be? Because if we're here in Lansing, would a typical buyer also buy a property like this in Ann Arbor or somewhere? Do we, maybe just speculate? Do we need to maybe draw a bigger radius around this property to really come up with some comps? In periods of time where there's not as many properties changing hands, the comps always become a challenge. And sometimes I think inadvertently, I'm not criticizing your appraisers, inadvertently, your appraisers that do residential and commercial they haven't shifted gears out of residential mode appropriately and opened the door to exploring a broader range of comps. When there's really not a good supply of comps in the area. That building we looked at, if it had been a 1-story dentist office or something, you'd have had 10 comps right there. If anything, I mean, you'd have bunches of comps. They don't sell all that much, but I think there's enough sales. And there's a similar area full of those buildings not far away. So just some thoughts on comps, mainly the difference you'll encounter between residential and commercial. So 2 slides left. The reconciliation of value, the value conclusion. I really can't tell you which one drives any appraisal. It's going to be the narrative of the appraiser, but it seems like to the extent you're financing for the most part income producing properties, the income approach should dominate most of the commercial real estate you ever do. Sales comparison is going to dominate residential, obviously. For some of your C&I owner occupied type properties, maybe they aren't really income producing. They could, but they're not really designed for that sometimes. What could they really, I think the comps come into play. What's a competitive market can sometimes be very, very broad. Land's not income producing only. Also, land is also not income producing. And what it can be developed into the highest and best use may be a really critical thing here. For a special purpose property, a sporting venue or something, maybe it matters what it really costs to build it. You don't really rent those or sell those very often. So I don't know of an appraiser that's going to give you actual percentage weightings in all of this. But I think the way we were able to get behind and create a weighted average chart on the narrative about the cap rate for Huntsville Apartments, I think the narrative about the weightings and what they relied on can get you pretty close to a weighted average chart in this reconciliation of value. Just needs to make sense. Remember all the comments about USPAP Standard 3. So highest and best use ought to bend and flex a bunch. Your larger projects, more complicated, highest and best use, maybe that's a good place to start the review process. Cost approach, the big tool in the appraiser's kit of subjective features is the depreciation estimate. Can you help the bank do a better job of coming up with these amortizations by paying more attention to the useful life? You've also got the cost approach as a way to work on the plans and specs and justify the construction contract in a construction appraisal. Income approach, are they relying too heavily on comparables to where you can't justify things with the bands of investment? Sales comps, watch for that inadvertent rounding up all the time. Larger properties should have more adjustment factors, a more complicated adjustment table. Key question: who's a typical purchaser of this type of property? And I've done my best to use up all of our time. You gave us some time. But I'm happy to stick around for a moment and answer any questions that any of you may have. Haven't seen anything in the chat. You get my favorite slide. Stephanie, you're welcome to chime in if you're handy. We'll we've done our 2 hours that were allotted after lunch, and we'll see if anything's in the chat. Stephanie's maybe expecting me to go to 3 o'clock, but y'all communicate in the chat. Anybody got a question, or do we need to double back over something? Let me know what you need. I'm sorry, the earpiece in this headset keeps adjusting. It's probably clicking a little bit on the audio. There it goes again. It's Jonathan or Mark or Kyle, anybody. Question, comment? Good to go? Or does everybody want to go ahead and finish? I don't see. Stephanie must have gotten detained. All right, I'm going to pause.